Good. Am I on here?
Hi, how you guys doing? This is I'm like an actual I'm like a well yeah I'm like an actual stream of like the severe weather that's happening now, and I'm actually Nick Dolan, and then we have also Chris as well, and so we're focusing on the storms currently that are in Oklahoma and Kansas. There's already a tornado warning issued for the way actually yeah so it's actually like the actual town is Waynoka, actually Oklahoma, and it has hail as well that is actually possible with it. That's upwards of near almost 2 inches. Um, and then we've had some other tornado warnings, up in actually Nebraska as well earlier, and also actually in Kansas, but they've expired. Um, but yeah, the big threats coming in the next couple hours. Like the radar is going to explode, especially pretty much north of what like the Oklahoma City area, north into Kansas. Up um, yeah, so we're going to be here, actually giving you coverage. So stay on here and stay updated.
Yeah, Nick. This is Chris Schromick, American Weather Streaming Channel, Kansas, and we got this evening. We're going to have several of us on. We've got Timmy Albertson that'll be coming on here shortly. He's in the Wichita area, just to the southwest of Wichita, and he's going to kind of position himself to get in line with this line of storms that's now developed pretty much all the way from Nebraska southward into Oklahoma. We've got tornado watches in place that pretty much cover the entire area from the Nebraska border all the way to the Red River at Oklahoma and catching the tier of counties in northern Texas. We got those tornado watches in effect till 11 in southern Kansas, Oklahoma. That is probably the most serious or targeted area. The Severe Storms Prediction Center has put wording in their watch that this is a particularly dangerous situation. Numerous tornadoes are expected, with a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread hail, very large to giant size, and 4 inches in diameter. So we are talking in storms that when they do pop up, these supercells of being very dangerous type storm systems, storm cells. Right now, we are watching this area here in Oklahoma. This is kind of these two cells. This one that has the tornado warning on it as we speak in the Waynuka area is really kind of strengthening, and you're kind of starting to see that hook just to the southwest of Waynuka. So this is a dangerous storm. You need the tornado warning is in place on this cell as it moves towards Waynuka for another 30 minutes, so quarter after the hour. But again, I don't think this is observed, but we are, this is the first one that's got a warning on it, and it is moving into an environment that's very favorable for this storm to strengthen. So, Waynuka, if you're in Waynuka, take cover immediately. This is a dangerous storm. It's got the potential radar indicated rotation there. You can kind of see we actually got some spotters in the area. You can kind of see that cloud. Looks like it's got a little funnel trying to not touching the ground yet, but a wall cloud, and it might be. Can't tell. But it's a
the actual other side. It may be not the right. I mean, it may be
there's
aggressive looking on the other side. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a wall cloud developing there. So let's see what these. I can't remember which guy I clicked here.
Like we literally just go do and wait for it, like so, here. Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, they look like that wall cloud starting to form. So we'll keep an eye on this cell here in case a tornado does drop out of that cell. But it is got a radar indicated potential tornado just to the south and west of Waynuka, Oklahoma. So people in Waynuka need to take precautions. That's a dangerous storm. You can see what it was kind of looking like to the southwest there. we run down this, at least this, from the Wichita radar standpoint, we've got severe thunderstorms that have moved through Great Bend heading towards Ellsworth. These storms have the potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind and 1.5-inch wind size hail. And that one would be heading between the east of the Hoisington area towards Ellsworth. And then we've got some more severe thunderstorms down around Pratt. And then we've got one in the St. Johns and Sylvia area. These two are also, the hail on these could be a little bit larger. As we go farther south on this, we start to see a little bit more favorable environment where you could have, the dew points are up and there's a little bit more atmosphere instability as you work yourself south in Kansas where that tornado watch is in place. So we'll keep an eye particularly on these storms around the Pratt area. This is the area where the most likeliness, if you saw some of the information we put out earlier today, they kind of had a bullseye in that area for the likeliness of a tornado outbreak. So folks in Pratt, Medicine Lodge, Kingman, Hutchinson, eventually Wichita, Enid, Ponca City, all these areas out of front of this line here are going to be under the gun for a potential line of tornadoes moving through. We could have multiple vortices on the, in these cells. The ones that are furthest to the south are probably the ones that we got to watch the most. So we do have another one developing down here northwest of Clinton. These would be moving. I think all of them are moving
to northeast, east. Yeah.
Yeah, northeast and east around. They were 35 to 40 type mile an hour earlier.
They're about 35, 40. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, or 45. Yeah.
So this Wanuka one does have a tornado warning on it till 5:15. We keep looking at this one. Check the velocities on there.
And I wonder if you're, since we're on like the actual radar, for like Dodge City, is this for Dodge or is this for?
No, this is Oklahoma City, I think.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that cell's kind of on the edge of both of them. This is the Wichita radar here.
Yeah, that's probably why it's not getting a good reading of like the actual velocities. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, see we're on the edge of that one. It's closer to this Oklahoma City one, I think.
Hi, Timmy.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing? Can you hear us?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear us?
All I heard was juice. I don't think that's right.
Okay. It sounds like you got some noise in the background.
There we go. I forgot I have my window.
There we go. Hey Nick, can you actually see me?
I can't see you, Chris. No.
Wonder why that's not working.
You probably have your video off, maybe.
It is enabled.
It's a mystery. Chris has gone missing.
Oh well. I'm not pretty enough to be on there, I guess.
He's became invisible to us.
I've got to So we're kind of watching this radar here. Where are you at, Timmy?
Where am I at? Well, I am just southwest of Wichita, Kansas on Highway 42, trying to see if maybe I can meet up with that nice-looking storm in Oklahoma. Obviously, I'm not going to meet up with it where it is now, so I'm kind of trying to head to this little town called Anthony, which you'll notice is a little bit away, about 40 minutes or so away from my current location. We'll see how that storm tracks. I may actually have to maybe go a little bit more south to the town of Waukeeta. Anyone here remember that town?
No.
Waukeeta, Oklahoma?
Waukeeta?
Twister!
What happened? Oh, yeah, Twister. That's right. It is in Waukeeta.
Yeah! So that's
Yeah.
about the general area right now I'm looking to go towards. Hopefully that storm will kind of hold up. I would imagine that it will. Just a question of where exactly I'm going to be able to meet it.
On the model data, that is the cell that is kind of forecasted to be one of the stronger ones. Is that one in
Yeah,
that?
it's looking pretty nice.
So, and right now we kind of pulled it up a little bit. It looked like it was a wall cloud. Wasn't seeing a lot of rotation in it yet, but that's the one we're kind of got tracking here.
It almost seems like the cell that's south of it, actually, Timmy, is going to be the cell. I
Yeah,
don't know.
noticed there's two of them right there.
Yeah.
Either one, hopefully.
Okay, so Timmy's on his way to Anthony. And if you can see here on our map, Anthony is south of Harper, southwest of Wichita. And we've got this line that has some pretty good cells up there around Pratt, extending all the way down into Oklahoma. We got the tornado warning for Waukeeta. Oh, I'm going to get my towns mixed up. This is a W2.
It's in, yeah, oh yeah, well yeah, it's like
Waukeeta. Waukeeta, this one's Waukeeta. Waukeeta and Waukeeta, we gotta get that straight here. We got Alva, Waukeeta, it's in the Waukeeta area now, heading towards Tacoma, Avard, and Hopeton. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. It could have a tornado, and like we talked here earlier, that it would be going into an environment where it's enhancing and could drop a tornado, then eventually become a long track or one of these tornadoes that we're kind of looking at maybe intercepting here that are forecasted to take kind of a long track across northern Oklahoma near that Kansas border. This one is indicating that it could have up to golf ball size hail, and again, large hail. The severe storms have been calling it giant hail, up to 4 inches in diameter, and also talking about how this tornado outbreak could be very serious. If you were just listening to us, we're talking about this other cell that's down here in the Muriel area. Again, that one too is also looking like it could develop into something here that would potentially have a tornado warning on it here shortly. It does have a little bit of a pocket or notch developing into it, which would indicate potential rotation. And then we also got this third cell that's down here around Leipzig. All these do have thunderstorm warnings on them for at least top of the hour on the first cell up there. We've got 22 minutes to quarter after on that second cell. And again, these are all 60 mile an hour wind gusts, $50 size hail, and this one's 2 inch and 60 mile an hour. So these cells are 3 to keep your eye on. We also got these cells up around Pratt, Stafford, St. John, all moving northeast at anywhere from 35 to 45 miles per hour. So this line of severe thunderstorms is moving into an environment. We got a tornado watch that's in place till 11 p.m. that encompasses pretty much all of central Nebraska, southward to the Texas border, the Red River, and the stuff up in Nebraska is ending a little earlier. That 7 p.m. The Kansas watch is till 7 p.m. I believe as well. But that has mostly, we've had one warning up there in Nebraska that was earlier in this area to the west of Red Cloud, south of Hastings, southeast of Hastings. Now we just got one large watch box that includes everything from Highway 6 all the way down to 156 in that Red Cloud County. So large thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm area in Nebraska. Those cells are it could produce 60 mile an hour wind, 1 inch in diameter hail. And that line goes all the way through Ellsworth, Pratt, Stafford, Sylvia, and then meeting up in Oklahoma. Yep, we got a tornado warning now on that second cell in Oklahoma. So we'll flip back down there and get a reading on that. Where's my radar? Come on. All right. So that one that we thought was developing a little notch in it, looks like we've got a warning for 50 minutes, which would take us to 5:45. Tornado warning for southeastern Alfalfa County and western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County until 5:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Mutual, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation up to golf ball size hail and 1.75 inch in diameter. So we do got 2 warnings now in place. Potential funnel clouds and wall clouds here developing into kind of a dangerous situation. If you're right now, there's not a lot. These towns are pretty small, but as we continue to move our track to the north and east, as we head towards Enid and Hennessy and places to the north up to Anthony, Kansas, we'll start to see more and more of these towns becoming larger in size as we continue to work eastward across north central Oklahoma here this evening. But we do have 2 tornado warnings in place.
And it looks like that second warning that you were talking about, Chris, it has large hail too, like some really big hail, like also with it as well.
Let's take a look at our velocity vertigrated in liquid here. Okay, so here you in these. So if you're looking at the vertigrated integrated liquid radar, this is kind of a good indication of hail. And gray is the highest scale. We'd be talking about golf ball size once you get to the gray scale, and then anything above golf ball. So that is what we're seeing areas of that right here, and that matches what Nick was just talking about, the potential for large hail. Actually, all 3 of these cells have VILs up there in that 4.3 above 4. So hail is a definite yes in these. Large hail, a definite yes, and possible rotation with a tornado warning in place on 2 of them. So this is kind of a dangerous situation here as we're shaping up. We do expect these storms to intensify and potentially become large tornadoes. So that's why we have Timmy going down there towards this area. Again, he was talking about Waukeeta. If these keep tracking there, that was in the movie Twister. So we got twisters heading towards Waukeeta, as we did. How many years ago was that? I was in college, so 20-some years, 5 years ago, probably.
Yeah, because he was on his way to Anthony, but he was going to keep going south.
If he had to, yep. There is kind of a, where's Waukeeta? Right here, so.
There it is, yeah.
This one's moving more east, according to the polygon.
Yeah.
That would have it heading towards Enid more, and this one more towards that Waukeeta area. So again, we got 2 tornado warnings in north central Oklahoma. This includes Waynuka. It's already kind of went through Waynuka. Let's see what these. We checked at this a little bit ago. Yeah, we're still seeing kind of a wall cloud there. See, these guys are kind of going down to this. Okay, so we'll keep watching these. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Nick and Chris at America Weather Streaming Channel. We are broadcasting here this evening on these storms in south central Kansas, north central Oklahoma, south central Nebraska. We got a line of severe storms associated with a low pressure that's spinning out over to the Dakotas or South Dakota that's spun a dry line and a frontal boundary through the area. There's been some extremely gusty winds associated with this system. We still on the backside here are seeing winds gusting upwards to 45, 50 miles an hour. And they are from a west direction. Our dew point cutoff line now is pretty much through that Pratt area. Pratt's still got a 64-degree dew point. Russell's got a 64 with a rain falling temperature. And then you get to Dodge City, Gage, Oklahoma. We've got the west-southwesterly winds at 45 miles per hour and dew points in the 20s, upper 20s and low 30s. So there's a big difference there. That's where the dry line's punching in. We expect this line of storms to keep moving and marching to the east-northeast this evening. And again, severe storms has used the wording of a very dangerous situation, large tornado outbreak. They're using giant in the wording for the size of the hail, up to 4 inches in diameter. So that's basically a softball or grapefruit size hail. So we're talking very, very large hail potentially. And again, watching these tornadoes to turn into some could potentially turn into some serious tornadic action. Now they're serious enough now. They got a warning on them. So if you are in those counties between I get my county names here again. This one is Woods County, Alfalfa, and Woodward, Major County. Again, these are covering a lot of area here. They'll be moving past Mutual through Chester, Orion, and Bose Junction here for another 30 minutes. And then this cell up here between Waynuka and Tacoma, again, moving northeast. So you kind of got a triangle here of Waynuka, Alva, and Dacona. So this would include Tacoma, Avard, and Hopetown, and Alva. So you can see that in this polygon. Alva is in the north end of it. Waynuka is in the southwest, and Tacoma is on the east end. It does look like this cell's moving more northeastward than that second cell, which has more of an eastward track to it. But again, you're seeing this notching, so that's a pretty good indication.
And I think the cells that are actually south and southwest of that one, that one that's actually furthest, is actually probably going to turn into an actual tornado warning as well. And there's a small little cell north of it that's trying to merge with the tornado warning currently. But yeah, I think that one that's in the Lee Day area could, potentially turn into a tornado warning as well.
So if you're watching here on the radar, we're talking these 4 cells. All of them kind of, have this similar shape of the supercell with the southwestern flank, developing on them with the notches and potential warnings. So what Nick was saying is we could here over the next half hour have warnings. Alva, this one here in Fairview, sailing area, and then down here, it was that town, Leedsay. So this one cell is in that Leedsay area now, moving north and east towards Tioga. And then you got Saline and Camargo. These are these small towns here that we're keeping an eye on with them other two cells that got severe thunderstorm warnings on them. Again, we got Timmy Albertson, our own meteorologist, heading towards Anthony. He's going to try to get down here and intercept these cells, as we're anticipating that they will strengthen and become some tornadic activity that potentially could be on the ground. Right now, they are radar indicated. We can take a little peek at this one here. Is pretty.
All the chasers are getting up 45 now going south.
Yeah, I'm done with this one. I do not like this. We might just be maybe. I think it might do it eventually. But I think it's going to take it a hell of a lot longer than the southern one. I mean, it might go HP, but it looks like a chunker.
So those are the storm spotters with Radar Omega. That is the software package we're using for this graphics with our warning system here. So again, we've got tornado warnings in place for the counties, several of these counties here. We got Major County and Alfalfa County here. We get down to the second cell. We have, that's Alfalfa and Major, the second one. The first one is Woods County. So we got Woods County, Major County, and Alfalfa County, all with tornado warnings in place until 5:15. This one's now been extended to 5:45. So we've got a tornado warning for Woods County, Alfalfa County, and Major County until 5:45 p.m. And we're looking at this particular cell right here that is nearing Highway 281. Got a potential rotation in that area as it moves to 281 and eventually heading towards 412, or that intersection of 212 and 412, or 281 and 412. We've got potential golf ball size hail and wind gusts over 70 miles per hour with possible rotation. This one up here in Alva's kind of lost some of its.
It seems like the middle cell is really
strengthening.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye here on these. We'll zoom out here, see what's going on up in Pratt, Hutchinson area. Now these are severe thunderstorm warnings till a quarter 5:45 as well, or 5:30, I guess, for this Pratt one. You got potential for 1.5 inches hail, wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. And then we've got the one that's in the Huntsville, Sylvia, Stafford area, 1.5 inches hail, 60 mile an hour. And this one is in effect until 6 o'clock. So we do have these thunderstorms that are in, and once you get to Hutchinson, Pratt, Kingman, this is getting to be a very populated area of south central Kansas. We got a major metropolitan area in Wichita, Newton, Hutchinson. They're all communities of 30,000 or more people. Pratt, Kingman, Medicine Lodge are a little smaller, but again, they are. This is an area of significant population in Kansas. So potential is here for tornadic activity this evening. All these communities are in a watch until 11 p.m. And again, we're kind of focusing in on this area in north central Oklahoma that extends from Hennessy up to Anthony, Kansas. So this area in between would include Waukeeta, Medford, Pond Creek, Nash, Hillsdale, Kingman, Carrier, a lot of these small towns in that area. But you get to Hennessy and Anthony, and those are two of your bigger communities that are to the south and to the north of that area that we're keeping an eye on. Cherokee is in there.
In the farthest north cell, like the actual tornado warning is getting ready to expire in the next 5 minutes. So we'll see if it continues, if they have it.
Hey, this radar here. Forgot Enid had a radar. Let's see if there's anything on the velocity scans. Still not. We've seen a lot more than this. So, but again, tornado warnings are in place. So if you're in Alva, Fairview, some of those towns, please take cover. Cleo Springs eventually, highways 412. Let's see what these guys are looking at here. Seeing any storm reports yet, or hail or anything?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet, but I mean, obviously, like there's like these like towns are smaller too, so but I'm trying to find.
Could take a while here to get some of these storm reports in here. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with my camera. Shows that it's on.
And also, this is like an actual 9-year anniversary. There was storms that went through like the same areas back on May 6th of 2015. There was 14 tornadoes back in 2015. So on the same date. So there's something about May 6th for Oklahoma is not a good day.
I cannot figure out what's going on with my camera. Sounds like we got Timmy back.
I think that may just be you, maybe.
Oh, is that me making that noise?
Yeah. It looks like the one tornado warning may get dropped that's furthest north. There's a severe thunderstorm warning now.
Okay, so we're watching this tornado warning. It turned into a severe thunderstorm warning now for the next 47 minutes. That would include a severe thunderstorm warning for East Central Woods County and northern Alfalfa County until 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located near Avard, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Ping pong size hail and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Locations will include Cherokee, Burlington, Tacoma, Amarita, Byron, Lambert, Ingersoll, Driftwood, Capron, Northern Great Salt Plains Lake, and Hopeton over the next basically 50 minutes. So we've got so this tornado warning is now going to expire and become a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got this cell back here on 412 that does have a tornado warning. That would include Fairview, Cleo Springs, Alene, and moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. 30 miles. Kind of taking a peek what that cloud looks like. Looks the same on both of those.
It looks like there's been some hail reports in actually Woodward, actually Oklahoma, of hail of actually 1.75 inches. And actually, so it's pretty close to, like actual, I mean, like, I know, like, it's not, I mean, like, as, I mean, like, as big as, I'm like, it's like they were saying, but I mean, like, an inch and a half to, is actually very, actually bad. So, I haven't gotten any reports on the tornadoes that are, yet, but I know some of those were, like just actually, like actually not actually shown to be, it's really tough to say if it's been on the ground yet, but I would imagine by now right there.
Yeah, this one's starting to pick up more rotation as we move through these last couple screens. Right here. Let's see what we got.
Wow. Oh, look at this, guys. Here's the Dow. This is pretty cool, guys. Check this out. That is the Dow, which is the Doppler on wheels right there beside us. National Weather Service. Their whole team. It looks like it's about to do it, though. It looks like it's about to produce a tornado. Let's pull off to the side. Throw on our lights.
Okay, so
We'll sit here for just a second.
So this is that cell we've been watching, that kind of second one that developed. Looks like
We'll move in like 2 or 3 minutes. I do want to get out and grab some video real quick.
that it can potentially be having a tornado, it looks like, here shortly. This is Hail Force 1 Storm Chase team for Radar Omega, Caleb Beecham, Hail Force 1 Storm Chaser. We're waiting for Timmy. Our own Timmy Albertson will be going down into north central Oklahoma. He's in the Anthony, Kansas area. We'll be heading south and try to intercept one of these cells, as we expect them to intensify here this evening. So we're keeping an eye on that. So this is what we're looking at. That cell, these guys are sitting here off to the south and east of that rotation, looking into it here. So here's kind of what we're talking about. They're probably sitting here on 412, looking straight east or northeast into that cell. So you can, that supercell, this is kind of where you saw the National Weather Service mobile radar is sitting there on the road. They're also in the area watching this cell. This is kind of that area that the Severe Storms Prediction Center was saying could turn into a very, very dangerous situation there in north central Oklahoma. So we've got people that are kind of focusing in on this cell now.
And that cell's moving to the east northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So, and actually, like the hail, actually with this cell, is actually, on like the actual radar showing, actually, I'm not sure if it's actually accurate, but it's saying like as much as 3-inch actual diameter hail, which is, really dangerous situation.
Let's see here. We can look at that real quick. Yeah, you can see that gray area on the veil has gotten larger. So this hail core is getting larger in this supercell. Again, we're seeing the rotation looking more significant, and our hail core centers are getting larger. Even this one down here that is a warning to the south of it. If we look at our velocities on that, we're not quite seeing that rotation yet, but it is also looking like it's a strengthening cell, similar to what we were forecasting here with the computer models. We thought the southern storms on this line in Oklahoma looked like they were going to be the strongest storms of the group as we moved into the evening hours at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock time frame. And they're forecasted to move to the north and east of Enid and Oklahoma City, or north and west, and then north and east of Oklahoma City over the next couple hours. And again, in this area, we're expecting them to intensify and become potential multiple tornado outbreak is what the possibility does exist. So that's why we're here really focusing in on this Oklahoma activity. We do have the storms up in the Hutchinson area that are 1.5 quarter diameter type hail, and also have wind gusts upwards to 60 miles per hour. So we'll take a quick peek at those. This one here in the Pratt area, moving through Preston, Iuka, Turon, and up 56, heading towards Hutchinson. Probably the strongest of those storms. Again, if you're in Sterling, Nickerson, Huntsville, Sylvia, these smaller towns leading into Hutchinson, this is a storm cell that we keep an eye on it. There's a tornado watch in this area, so any of them could spawn a tornado, particularly when you're looking on these south ends of the storms. Preston, Turon area, or they're on Highway 56 between Pratt and Hutchinson. We'll need to keep our eyes on that situation. Going back down to Oklahoma, we get on the Enid radar here. We've got this cell.
Yeah, it seems like that middle cell is actually really going to produce something big. If you're in like the A-line area, it's going to be hitting you in the next, about 20 minutes. Pretty much north of 412 looks like it's going to get, clobbered maybe. We'll see.
Here's what it looks like live out there with the storm chasers in the area. There's numerous and following this cell, and if you're looking at it here, it's got a lot of rain wrapping into it. We'll probably looks like we're facing to the west here on Highway 412, looking into that cell as it's kind of approaching or moving to the northeast, across Highway 412 there shortly. So we'll kind of keep our eyes on that cell. It looks like we're seeing some rotation there, maybe. Yep, you can see it.
Yeah.
So we're going to kind of watch this area right here. He's got a good shot on that, so. What town did you say this is near?
Well, this is heading for A-line. It's north of actually like Cleo Springs. And I think they're actually a little further south on 412. But the big threat is going to be A-line. Looks like is pretty much, and also like in that area is pretty gonna get hit pretty hard.
So if we back out of this, here's kind of the look where, oh man, it's really, there's lots of rotation happening here. You know, you see these color changes. We'll watch this here.
Oh my gosh!
Man, they're sitting right in the way of that.
Yeah, and it looks like Timmy, he may get close to it if he goes further south. He can maybe get into the Nash and also like the area in there, but that's actually pretty far south from where he was. He may be in like a more quiet zone.
Yeah, there might be some cell service issues right in here. So, but these guys are all over this one here. These guys, what are they doing? They look farther away than this showing on here.
Yeah, it seems like they should be in the thick of it by now.
You know, it looks. I think they're over here somewhere. That thing must not be updating because you're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, they.
because according to that, yeah, it looks like this will be crossing the highway here. If they are looking west down the road.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but the radar looks better than what's happening. I don't know.
Unless we can't see something right back in here.
Yeah.
It's kind of raining quite a bit there. Then it's kind of doing something weird here. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, there's a notch. So, tornado warning in effect until 5:45 p.m. for this is alfalfa woods and alfalfa and major counties in Oklahoma. This storm looks like it's got rotation on radar. A warning is in place. Have not confirmed a tornado at this point, but we are looking at a cell that does have a lot of rotation in it, both on radar indicated, and you could kind of see it there when we were looking down into the storm from some of that video footage. We got a golf ball size hail, and again, this is tornado indicated on radar. We'll be moving through, it's 8 miles north of Orion, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Don't really have any communities listed, so that is pretty rural, but it is on a pretty significant highway there of 412. So,
And it looks like those guys have moved. You can tell it looks like they have moved further east on 412.
yeah, these guys are backing up. Watching the cell to the south, it does look like it has potential here to pop a warning as well. It's kind of moving across. I think this is 281. You see that highway?
183.
183.
Starting
Between
to develop a hook there at the tail end there.
what is that? Tioga and Clinton, to the north of Clinton. We got looks like we got something potentially developing there on the end of that cell. Let's see what these guys are saying. Got some wind turbines. Wind turbines aren't spinning. Let's got the
Calm
brakes.
for the storm.
Got the brakes on, probably. All right, so we'll kind of zoom out for a second, see, run you down here. We got severe thunderstorm warnings in the Hutchinson, McPherson, Lyons area. These are here for another till 6 o'clock this evening. 1.5 inch type hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So if you're in that Keeneman, Hutchinson, Lyons, McPherson area, expect severe weather here for another 45 minutes or a half hour with those cells. They are potentially got large hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. I kind of got a break in between there. You get south of Medicine Lodge to the state line. We got another severe thunderstorm warning to the north and east of Alva and northwest of Cherokee. That cell is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. We'll be crossing the state line and probably heading towards Anthony. Again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. That had a history of rotation in it. You can still kind of see that back southwest side of it could redevelop and become another tornado as it moves towards that state line. And then we've got these two cells to the south. Again, this is that high area, enhanced area by Storms Prediction, where they were expecting a potential tornadic outbreak once it got in these areas. So we're going to keep a close watch on that. There's 3 cells that are all, actually we got a 4th one on the south end now that looks like it will develop into it's a standalone supercell and keep moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells in Oklahoma that we're keeping an eye on. One does have a tornado warning on it in Alfalfa and Woods County for another 30 minutes or 15 minutes. And we'll keep an eye on that one. That is pretty rural. We do got some potential to get some video of that one if a tornado does pop up. Looks like they were driving away.
And it's important also to note, Chris, is that, some of the dew points are actually near 70 degrees currently, like in the Oklahoma City area. They have a dew point of 70. So once this low level, jet gets going later on, there's going to be lots of redevelopment, pretty much, from that line we're looking at, but all, actually, I would say pretty much all the way to the east, actually past Oklahoma City into that area, so the environment is very, very, it's very unstable and there's a lot of energy at play. So, we're going to see a lot of storms, start to fire up too as well, I think.
Yeah. So as we move eastward, I see we got Timmy on there for a second. Let's kind of see. Timmy, can you hear us? Timmy.
See where it says show down there?
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, what's up?
Hey. Well, yeah.
Just past the town of Anthony, coming up on the Oklahoma border in a town called Manchester.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's one cell going for you, but it's actually now just like an actual severe thunderstorm warning. It's actually weakened. It actually has a warning on it, but it's weakened now to like actual thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Well, we'll see though if I can maybe catch the other one.
Are you just going to continue to go, I guess south?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's pretty much, sorry, I just realized I have my window up again or down again. Yeah, that's pretty much going to be the general pattern here of what I'm going to do. We'll see if this storm that's, just a little bit down to my south. We'll see if that maybe tries to redevelop a little bit. It's still hanging on. But then, of course, there's also the other kind of larger one
that we'll see how that thing looks.
Yeah, Nick was just talking about how it's kind of moving into a more favorable environment to potentially strengthen. So we'll watch that cell that's to your south and west. It does have a little bit of a, on that southwestern flank, a little area there that could redevelop and get some rotation in it. And then, like you said, there's the other one that's a little bit bigger to the farther to the south that is below it as well. So we'll keep watching those two cells here as you get closer. And
Yeah.
Safe travels, Timmy.
You know it. You know it.
so if you're looking here on the radar, Timmy's right here on the Oklahoma border. We could kind of look at this cell to the south and west. We're going to keep our eye on that. And then also we've got this second one that has the tornado warning in place here for another 10 minutes in Alfalfa and Woodward County. So again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells. We got a special weather statement on this one. So it is intensifying. We have this third one here in the Lees to the east of Leedsdale. And, that one now has a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like it is strengthening as well here on our radars.
And it looks like the middle one that has the tornado warning on it, Chris. If we look at it, the hook, it looks like it's becoming more pronounced. I don't know. It looks like it may be.
So we'll watch kind of the rotation potential in this area. Okay, so our Timmy Albertson is now on the Oklahoma border. We're going to try to position ourselves in front of these two cells that are in north central Oklahoma, one to the north of Cherokee, the other one to the north of Fairview. They are moving to the east northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So folks in Cherokee, Helena, Pond Creek, Medford, and that area, Waukeeta, we are going to kind of zoom in on that because we will have, we'll bring Timmy back on when he gets closer to those cells to kind of narrate what he's seeing on the ground while we do the same here on the radar this evening. Again, we're America Weather Streaming Channel. We're looking at developing a 24/7 live weather channel here for everyone. We do cover the 50 United States. We got a severe weather team that is in place that covers most of all the Midwest. We got 5 meteorologists that can hand off here as we go this evening. Nick and I and Timmy will be doing the first shift till 7 or so, and then we'll have another team of meteorologists of Josh Gimbel and AJ France in Vegas and Indiana jump on and help take over once we get to, probably in that
main cell that we were looking at. That was the middle cell. And it's riding along like the 412 area. And it's, and it's basically like, going to the east northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And there is still a tornado warning issued on it. It looks like there's going to be, there's still like the actual risk for hail that's, like in like the 2-inch range. But, like there's going to be a lot more redevelopment here, I think, in the next couple hours. As we were talking, the actual environment is very, actually capable of I know of actually producing tornadoes that are going to be big and actually long track tornadoes. And there could be hail as actually big as 4 inches later on, in the future. And if we look at that one cell we were looking at there, the actual tornado warning has been it's actually been like reissued. And that one is in effect until for the next 45 minutes, I imagine here. Let me see. Yeah, so the next actual tornado warning has been actually issued, and it's in effect until 6:30, p.m. It's for the Woods County and also like in like the Alfalfa County and also Grant counties in Oklahoma. This is a actual tornado, and it has actually golf ball size hail with it. It's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So anyone pretty much along and north of 412 into the area that is actually north of Clio Springs, into like Helena, Nash, that area. For the next 45 minutes, stay alert and, also take cover. And it looks like the people that were along 412 there that were watching the system, it looks like it's kind of gone more of a actual north push. So it looks like it's headed, more toward the northeast. And our actual meteorologist, Timmy, he is in Oklahoma now. So he actually may be on the northern side of where that tornado warning is, but he's actually positioning himself in a pretty good area because he was in actually Manchester, if you can see on the map there, which is near the border. So he should be moving south as the plan into that severe. Well, actually, that's actually near like the actual severe thunderstorm warning as well. And that one is actually capable of actually producing, winds that are in the 60-mile-an-hour range and actually hail that is up, near like about 2 inches, but not quite as big as in the area that's further south that we were talking about just a little bit ago. And then we have the one cell that is further actually south and west. That one just has its actual severe thunderstorm warning on it still. But yeah, pretty much all of our attention has been on the middle cell, and it's moving to the east, northeast at about 40 miles an hour now. And the radar's the radar's showing like it has hail as big, I mean, like there's like I know some hail reports that have been about like 1.5 inches, but it's capable of producing hail that's pretty much near 2 inches. And pretty much this line, like honestly, I would expect that there is going to be more actual redevelopment here in the next couple of hours, because as we were talking about, dew points are still near 70 degrees, and there's a lot of energy at play. So there's going to be a lot of redevelopment here. And maybe it's not specifically with this line, but pretty much anywhere, north of Oklahoma City, basically across Oklahoma into the Kansas border, in east, that area is prime for the next couple hours, as we have tornado warnings, actually issued now, but we have actually tornado watches actually up until around like 11 p.m. tonight. So, we got another 5+ hours of watching what could happen. But it looks to me like, in terms of storm reports, I've gotten some, wind and hail reports, but I haven't seen anything specifically regarding those tornadoes that were radar indicated. I'm curious if there have been like any other, actual reports, because there's just been some wind reports. This is in like the Chester area of Oklahoma. There's been some wind gust reports, in like the Alvea area, which was where that first cell was earlier. And there was the hail reports. There was hail that was further west with those cells earlier. The hail was as big as 1.75 inches, which is pretty close to what was matching up with what was on radar. As we were talking about earlier, they were talking about hail that could be as big as 4 inches. So it's going to be interesting to see. And with like actual wind gusts as high as 80, and obviously then you get into the into like actual threshold of like an EF 1, like actual tornadoes. So then you have like an actual situation where then you're talking more about if there's rotation on these cells. But once again, our focus is on the middle cell. It's in like the I-line area. It's going for like into like Nash and actually Hillsdale, like eventually. And that tornado warning is in effect for the next 45 minutes ish, give or take. So about 6:30. And it's moving to the east northeast at about 35, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, so like as we were talking about, actually one of our meteorologists is on the road. He's south of Manchester. So he's near like the Wahida area. Probably eventually he's going to go, further south is the plan. So, this one middle cell, he may able to hit like the northern fringe of it here within the next, hour or so. If we can click, and I don't know if we can click on some of the actual live streams of the people that are on the road there and see kind of what's going on, if there's been any updates as to what it looks like. It looks like there was a big wall cloud that was earlier there. They were on 412, but now they have moved further to the east. I don't know if their connection is slow or whatever, but yes, yeah. So, and there we go. So that's Brad Arnold. Looks like he's moving further east, away from the storm. And his dew point showing about a 64-degree dew point. So that's extremely high still. And this is Brandon. He's with the chaserweather.net. Looks like he's riding on the side of the one, middle cell we've been talking about, that we've been focusing on for the last, about 45 minutes we've been focusing on. The radar's been, saying that it's been actually having some spin there, but it's been up now for a tornado warning now for almost an hour. The big feature with this cell, as we've been, actually mentioning, is that there's been massive hail, hail that's, around, roughly around 2 inches in diameter, possible, which is bigger than, golf ball. But, the focus though, so far, like we've been talking about, is, like the wind as well. Like there's been, some wind, well, I know like some wind gusts, like that have been very damaging.
And we're actually selling content where you can masturbate to a straight dude. And I feel like that's part of the reason why some people like this. Right. And I like women and happen to get a little other side of me that you like and you jerk off to. So we're benefiting each other. I think my gay baiting skills are amazing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all love my ASMR talks, y'all love my dirty talk. I give y'all what y'all want.
So that middle cell that we've been looking at, the hook is in like Cleo Springs. So pretty much in that zone, it's moving from the, like to the east northeast, as we've been talking about. So anyone in like the, in like the A line, and east into, actually would be all the way like to Hillsdale until about 6:30 p.m. That whole zone. I know like it's at risk for a possible tornado, and hail that's as high as 2 inches. There haven't actually been that many storm reports yet for me that I've seen in regards to the tornado. There's been some actual rotation on radar, but there's still yet to confirm that if it's actually touched down. And then, pretty much look, like to the further southwest, we can see that there's the one cell that is a severe thunderstorm warning as well. But pretty much, like our focus, like we've been talking about, is this middle cell. So we're kind of, waiting to see what it does. But like I've been saying, is that the dew points are still extremely high. There's a lot of instability, and it's only about. Like we're almost, I know like we have about I would say about 2 hours of daylight left, but the issue isn't that, is that like once like the low level jet gets actually I know like I'm like that's going to be a huge actual piece of this, because this system is so actually dynamic that there could be tornadoes that are going to be happening all the way through till about I would say I'm like, it's actually tough to say at this point, but I would say probably until about midnight there's the possibility of actual tornadoes anywhere north of Oklahoma City, in the Oklahoma area, and pretty much east into like the eastern area of Oklahoma. So this is kind of like the beginning of the whole system. This is kind of like the appetizer of the storm. So we're kind of just seeing like the tip of the iceberg currently. There's been lots of hail and lots of wind. It's been the big threats, but there is this, like the worry of these actual. I know, like some of these cells are actually going to be capable of producing long track tornadoes that are going to be, having winds that are going to be, more, actually stronger than like what's being shown currently. Because a lot of these cells have been in the 60 to 70 mile an hour, actual wind. And so, and we have like the cell that's further southwest there. That has a hook as well, but it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. And then further north into Kansas, we've had the cells. Those are still producing, and also north into actually Nebraska. There's been some actual tornado warnings up that way, but it's been mainly severe thunderstorm warnings. So we've seen a lot of wind and hail. And hopefully we can hear from Timmy here soon, see where he is and where his progress is. He was south of Manchester, and he should be hitting, just west of Wahida eventually. So hopefully he can get in on some action, while also staying safe. And our other meteorologist, Chris, he was on.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool, sweet, yeah. And then we've just been pretty much focusing on these cells, and I really think that the one that's further southwest now, it looks pretty impressive. There is a hook on it, but there is no actual tornado warning actually yet with it, but I really think that there could be a warning associated with that cell that's west of Canton. It's actually hitting Canton now, and it'll be moving to the east northeast like this other cell that we've been talking about. It'll be interesting to see kind of where there's going to be more redevelopment. The focus, like we've been talking about, has been north of Oklahoma City, pretty much on like the northern fringe of Oklahoma, east all the way, and then also into the northern part, into the I'm like that, like the actual southern part of Kansas, but I know like these guys that have been on like the road here, they've been moving further east southeast. Looks like they're trying to obviously get away from where that actual rotation was, but they want to be actually close enough to see what's going on. I don't know if you could pull up some of the video there with. This is Corey, and I imagine he's kind of like one guy that's just kind of alone. There was another team. That was out there, and the National Weather Service was out there with their own actual radar there off the side of the road. They were off 412 earlier, which was west of Cleo Springs. Brandon, Hopic. Looks like just from what we can see is a nice wall cloud and some rain, but obviously hail there associated in there. It almost looks like to me that the tornado warning, the hook is very narrow, but it's still there. It's now in like the Helena area, headed for like the actual Goldtree and Hillsdale. Like the radar velocities are still showing right there in that area, in the in like the zone where it's also red and green. And I kind of like to look at it this way: when you see red, basically, like it's kind of going away from the actual radar, and then actually, I'm like the green color's going toward the radar.
Take the fourth route here.
So he's right there.
And then Brandon with the chaserweather.net.
Hey, so I'm looking at the weirdest customers you've ever had.
That's the north cell.
Okay. That cell's really weakened a lot. And it looks to me like the cell that is also just southwest of the one that's in Helena.
That's the one. That one's. Look at these last scans. Is getting just about the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think the one cell that is like actually south furthest is going to turn into an actual tornado warning here shortly.
So let's see here. Let's go back and see what's going on in Kansas for a second. These cells are still pretty.
Oh, there's a
rough.
tornado warning there. Ooh.
Oh, here we go. Clay Center. Down the end. So, you're in that noise?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay. So we got a tornado warning now for southwestern Washington County, in north central Kansas, northwestern Clay, and eastern Cloud until 6:30 p.m. At 5:58, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles northeast of Milton, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated rotation, and we'll be moving through Clyde, Clifton, Hintonville, Morganville, Palmer, and Vining here over the next 30 minutes. And we got a tornado warning on that cell in the Clay Center, Miltonville area. See it here on the radar.
Chris, I think that noise is coming from maybe one of the people that we were pulling up. I don't know if we have still one of the people that were on the road talking. I don't know.
Michael.
Oh, okay.
It was Michael.
Okay. But yeah, so this is the tornado warning that Chris was talking about. It's headed for like the Morganville and also Clifton area. And it's in effect until 6:30.
Not looking as strong as those down in Oklahoma.
Yeah. I imagine by now Timmy's probably getting closer to that one cell that we're talking about that's through like Helena currently, and it's headed for Hillsdale and Pond Creek.
What the Enid radar? Oh, there it is. Hiding up here underneath the. Like, where'd that radar button go?
In that one cell that's further south, that's in actually Canton currently, that's strengthened a lot. That's actually starting to look even more impressive with the hook as well.
That don't do any good. Rain, rain, rain. They're all both in rain.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't have hail there too. It's a nice rain shield.
Okay, let's kind of give a rundown here. So now we got tornado warnings in Clay Center, Miltonville area in Kansas until 6:30. Radar indicated tornado was just to the east of Miltonville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This will be moving through the Morganville area, Clifton and Clyde. I think earlier today, I think Clifton reported a 2-inch or 2.5-inch size hail with a severe thunderstorm that went through earlier. So we're again seeing a round of some severe weather in that Clifton and Clyde area. Again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for Hutchinson, McPherson, Lindsborg, and just to the Salina area up until 6:30 p.m. as well. These storms are capable of producing 1-inch hail, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. And let's see, the one in Lindsborg is actually to the top of the hour. So we got Hutchinson, McPherson are in severe thunderstorm warnings for a half hour, and then you move towards Lindsborg in areas south of Salina. Salina's now got a special weather statement, so wish you a severe thunderstorm warning will probably be issued shortly. So this north line has a tornado warning in Clay Center area, particularly Miltonville, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, and then it carries down to a line of severe weather all the way to Hutchinson. Kind of got a break, and then it picks back up in Anthony, Kansas, with some thunderstorm activity. You got the tornado warning in place in Oklahoma that is in place for another 24 minutes. We're to the bottom of the hour, and this is in Alfalfa and Grant counties, Major County, Alfalfa, Grant, and Major counties, located 6 miles northeast of Clio Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This cell has been kind of followed here for quite a while. It intensifies and then weakens, and then we're looking for it to potentially intensify again. We got Timmy Albertson that is en route into that area in the Waukeeta, Oklahoma region, and we're trying to intercept to see if these cells kind of redevelop. If they continue their current track, they would move through Enid, Helena, Lahoma, Greenwood, Gulfstream, Mino. I think they've already been through Align, Nash, and Hillsdale.
Yeah, and it's pretty much going through like Helena or like Helena right now currently.
Yep. So, is Timmy? No Timmy yet. So I'm guessing Timmy is somewhere in this area.
Yeah, he's probably maybe just southwest of probably like Waukeeta, just southwest of there maybe. On 132, I think is what he said. Maybe he was.
Sand Creek. He's in the middle of nowhere. Stuck in the sand. Red dirt country.
So that one cell still has the tornado warning, as we've been talking about, still going. As Chris was saying, it'll be going until around 6:30. And you can tell on the radar with like the velocities, you have like the red that's,
It's really close. It looks like it might choke itself here.
Flood warning, Carter and Greenup County in Kentucky. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include.
It could be about to be a big tornado, guys. But radar looks a little cruddy.
Is a radar indicated threat. The following impacts are.
Well, maybe not.
People and animals outdoors will be injured. The tornado warning remains in effect.
Yeah, we got a nice couplet forming. I bet this is about to go.
Southwestern Grant, northwestern Garfield, and northeastern
Could be a big one.
counties. At 6:08 p.m. Central Daylight Time,
Wow, look at the motion in that thing.
Producing a tornado was located.
That's incredible to watch, folks. Absolutely incredible. Look at the rising motion. That means we've got a very strong updraft.
This is a radar indicated threat rotation. Impact. Flying.
This might be about to go.
To those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted.
We're about to, I think it's about to go.
Goldtree, Nash,
Oh my God.
Take cover now. To install shelter.
Ready to copy on
An interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building.
Yeah, I got you.
Avoid windows.
I don't know if you're under it or not, but yeah, I think it's about to
In a
go.
mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Yeah, I am directly underneath the circulation right now.
Okay, well, from just outside of it, it looks like it's about to go. I don't know why it's not, but man, it is so stinking close. I want to keep him updated because if he's under it, he may have a hard time seeing it when it plants, guys. Gotta try to keep everybody in the loop here. It's the advantage of having multiple people out. It's not gonna do it. What the frick?
It's on the ground. It's on top of me right now.
I don't.
Yeah,
see
it's
it
even
yet.
got a nudger storm forming to its west that's going to impact.
I don't see it on the
Might
ground.
actually help it.
I don't see it on the ground, guys. I don't know what to say here. Maybe just go east on one of these gravel roads. I don't see it, Brandon. I have no idea. Doesn't mean that it's not, though, guys, because you can have a tornado without a condensed funnel. Remember that. We don't need a funnel to have a tornado, but I don't see where he's talking about. Which makes me nervous. I'll make sure it's not on top of us. Go up here and take the next road to the east, maybe?
See if we can see what they're. Yeah, you can see. There is a lot of rotation.
Yeah.
They're right in there. See what this guy's camera's got. It's not as good.
This one, guys, if it plants. Like north and then probably start tracking east.
Yes, there we go. Yep, I got you.
I'm going to go east on 0370. RFD.
Okay.
They're playing downdraft right here.
So we are, those guys are right here in this cell south of Helena. One of their guys reported that there was a funnel. It was hard to see that it was in there. It was probably in that rain somewhere. But again, you know, we couldn't verify it, or their second car couldn't. But we did hear a call in there on this area right in here. So these guys are sitting right here. Again, this is the storm that's in the Helena and Gentry area. There's a tornado warning in place until 6:30 p.m. This is just to the north and east of Enid, or north and west of Enid, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is a dangerous storm. If you're in the Helena, Enid, Pond Creek area, please take shelter immediately. We're kind of out there chasing it and keeping our eyes on it. Our own Timmy Albertson is getting very close to that area as well. So if he's not on here, but we can update him when he gets in here. He's on 132, which is right in here. So he is trying to intersect this probably right around Nash. And I think that's the town he brought up, was heading towards Nash. So
Yeah.
We got Timmy en route. We got these guys sitting here kind of watching this cell. We can bounce out, look at it on our base reflectivity, see what it looks like. They're kind of right in the way for us here, the storm chasers.
You may be able to take those off the screen, but
Yeah. Here we go. Make them smaller. There we go. This looks better. That kind of. Oops. Let's see what we got here for velocities. So here they are.
Yeah, they're in the little.
This is actually, I think that means.
Man, it was convincing there for a minute. I thought it was going to be photogenic too.
Ooh,
It was totally clear on the backside of it.
So here's that one that we did have somebody call in on one of these scans saying they did see a funnel. It's probably in here where we can't see it.
You can kind of maybe see some rotation there with spinning near the ground.
They marked it as observed based on some Tanner guy's report, where the report literally says the tornado was literally down for 2 seconds. Like that's word for word what it says. So they were observed.
When it was down, it was definitely over the top of my vehicle, so I don't shock me.
Yeah, we saw nothing from there, so but it's definitely not down right now. So I don't know why it's observed.
No, it's definitely not down now, without a doubt.
That tornado is not down. It's definitely not down. It's warned as observed. It's not. I'm looking right at it. There's no tornado. Not sure why it's warned as observed. Yeah, we do not want to see a tornado out of this thing, guys, because it could be significant and strong and long track. It's not on the ground right now.
Okay, that confirmed it. We're going back and forth on that. So we're looking at, so that's what this stake is here. Is it, that from that confirmation report? It's kind of sketchy if it is, but anyway, it's a dangerous cell. It's in that Goldtree, heading towards Goldtree, Helena area. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And again, this is a tornado warning in Gentry, Hillsdale area here till 6:30 p.m. So we're going to be watching this for 15 more minutes. We got Timmy Albertson en route up here in the Nash area. As soon as he pops on, we'll be able to get our own footage looking down into that cell and get his perspective of what he's seeing. And then this one here, we're starting to see some pretty good rotation there. Here we go. Brad Arnold is in the vicinity. This only has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but as you saw,
it has some very large hail, but no actual. Yeah, the actual rotation isn't there yet, even though it is possible.
The velocity scans were kind of looking. Oops. And I hit something. This is the one, that picture. This is the one.
Yeah.
What we're looking at from that camera view. So we got a little bit back here too. So we got 3 little pockets of potential rotation starting on these thunderstorm warnings. This is the one that we were just looking at. This is in, what county are we in here? We're in the Canton, Oklahoma area with that one. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for Longsdale and Canton, for another 12 minutes. We got hail in 2 inch diameter, wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. We're kind of watching it for potential tornadic development. We also got the rotation up to the north with the warning in place for these communities in
Goldtree and Hillsdale.
Area. This one's still showing a tornado, but it
still hasn't touched down, is what they were saying.
Right. Dark.
It looks like he's running parallel to the system.
Wanted to take a look at the model. It was updating when I was last looking. See if any of these got hail reports out of them. We got Nickerson, Pawnee, Kansas, Dewey, Oklahoma, Tologa. Okay, so we got a new model run that's up. It gets them getting stronger as we get past 7 o'clock. Let me kind of show this helicity here.
And so what model are you using, Chris? What?
HRR.
Yep, the her. Yeah.
Is that showing up there for you? So if you look at this just got an update, and this is where we currently are sitting. And then as we head towards 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you kind of see that strengthening as it goes to the east. So 7, 8, we can look at our Cape values. Where's Cape? Here we go.
Yep.
With the hood of grass here, we got, so we'll click the same kind of 1, 2, so right in this area, starting to see the veering.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
And then also you can look at like the wind shear, see what the bulk shear is, see if the 0 to 1 kilometer, 0 to 6 there, or like the storm. Yeah.
Which one just told me to click here? Shear?
I would say like the bulk shear, yeah, like the 0 to 1, just to see.
Yeah.
It starts to really, you can tell.
Yeah, so that would be 1, 2 counties down. So I heard somebody joining here.
It may be Michael.
Oh, Michael just came on.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Michael.
Yeah. Hey, Timmy's getting on as well. I'm going to put him on the screen here. I think he has found the location here.
Yep, there it is. What you're looking at there is, you're looking at the wall cloud there. It doesn't appear there's anything on the ground at the moment. I think there might have been just a little bit ago, but that's it. You see they're just slightly to the right of center. Now, I can't sit here for too long, though, because this thing, I think, is actually going to be coming right towards me here. So I will want to get just a little bit further, but I wanted to pull over and give you guys a little quick look there as to what you're seeing. And it's certainly moving. So.
Yeah, it is. And what's your location right now?
Give me a quick second. Let me pull that up here. I'm actually on Oklahoma 132 on County Road 290 here. I'm actually near the town of Hillsdale.
Okay. Yes. Yep.
So we got a rotation here, and I think there might be another spot getting ready to develop here. Another spot of rotation that I actually am going to go check out now. But I just wanted to show you guys really quickly. And if you don't mind, I'm going to have to mute my microphone, but I am going to keep moving. But there it is. So,
Nice, perfect.
Oh, you got to get the window to
I'm
that
going to
fog.
pull the radar for a second here, Timmy, and just kind of show the viewers here exactly. So here's Hillsdale. All right, I'm circling that on the map. So Timmy's in this area right here. Okay, and we're taking a look. He was looking at this direction right down here where some of the location is, the low hanging clouds there. And this storm is heading right towards the Hillsdale area. So Hillsdale, you're under the tornado warning right now. You can shelter immediately. Just to your north, very heavy rain and most likely some very large hail with that. And then to the south and west of Hillsdale, that's heading towards you. That's where the area of rotation is, and that's where Timmy's located. And so, Timmy, are you heading south now, Timmy?
I'm sorry?
Are you heading south?
Yes, I'm actually going to.
Okay, and I think we just lost him right there. But yes, so Timmy's going to head south here to
Well,
get out of the way, but he's going to be able to get a good view, it looks like, of this rotation.
So yeah, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn here really quickly and see here if I can't. This is the happening place to be in Oklahoma right now. Sorry about that, mate. So yeah, yeah.
All right, Timmy, yeah, if you want to just show us that picture there, we're getting a little bit of feedback on your audio here. Continue showing us this picture here of what we're seeing. And so that's the rotation there. This area is heading towards the Hillsdale area. So if you're there, you need to take shelter immediately. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued for that area that you're at, Timmy. Brand new tornado warning. So the tornado warning for Alfalfa, Grant, and Garfield counties until 7:15 local time. So about 2 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Goldtree, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So possible tornado here. This is radar indicated rotation. So possible tornado and golf ball size hail with this system here. And so we're seeing live pictures from our own Timmy Albertson, as well as some lightning there you just saw on the screen. So a brand new tornado warning that does include Hillsdale. It's heading your way. Kremlin, Hunter, Pond Creek. You're all part of this tornado warning here. So you need to be taking shelter immediately, getting underground if you can. If you've got a basement or an underground storm shelter. If not, you want to make sure you're inside a sturdy building and as interior as possible. So put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then if you have any kind of equipment that can protect yourself, such as, a helmet, blankets, even a mattress, if you could take in with you, find ways to protect yourself if you're in there. So tornado warning here for another 49 minutes, including Hillsdale. And that's the area where Timmy's at right now and watching there. So I know, Timmy, we just had a little bit of feedback there. Hopefully that kind of corrects itself here. What are you seeing right now?
Kind of the same picture just a few moments ago. Storm looks like it's trying to get itself a bit organized here. I know that this particular storm did, at least I saw a few Twitter reports there, but it looks like that has since lifted. But it does look like, from what I'm seeing, that it's trying to reorganize itself here, and it's continuing to rotate pretty nicely.
Yeah, Timmy, thanks for that. And continue watching over that there. And I do want to mention here that we're following other tornado warnings as well. There's a tornado warning for Blaine and Dewey counties in northwestern Oklahoma until 7 o'clock. So radar indicated tornado there, as well as golf ball size hail with that storm. So we're monitoring that. And then further up north, it's kind of fizzling out here a little bit. And it looks like we're good there. So the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in Washington County has expired here. And so that's good news for the area there up north. So we'll continue to watch these two areas. Timmy, make sure you stay safe where you're located there. But you're right. It looks like the storm is trying to regroup itself here. And it just passed the Goldtree area. It's heading towards the Hillsdale area right now. So it looks like some very strong hail or large hail just to the north of Hillsdale. And then to the south and west of Hillsdale. That's where we're taking a look at this rotation here. And like Timmy Albertson, who's live there, showing us these live photos inside Oklahoma here in this high-risk area. It looks like the storm's trying to reorganize a little bit as it passes Goldtree here. So tornado warning for this area. Make sure that if you're in the Hillsdale area, we're north of Carrier towards the Kremlin and Hunter areas, you take shelter right away. We've got a very serious situation that might be unfolding here. This tornado or this rotation can drop a tornado at any second, and we're expecting large, dangerous tornadoes here. And so that's we don't have time. Okay, the warning's been issued. It's time to take action right now. So Timmy's kind of repositioning himself make sure, Timmy, that you stay safe. Not only stay safe from the storm, but like a lot of chatter has been going on today, I think there are a lot of storm chasers right now in Oklahoma chasing this this high risk area. And so just all the traffic and the chasers and people looking at the sky and not the road as much, it could become a very dangerous situation in itself right there. So so stay focused, Timmy, on what you're doing there, and feel free to chime in if you see something or if you have any new information for us. But we're going to continue to watch your feed here. And so I'm joined here by AWC meteorologist Nick Dolan and Chris Schromick. They're here joining me on this live stream here. Meteorologist Josh Kimball and Anthony James will be joining us here in probably an hour or so. They'll be joining the coverage. So our team is watching over this very dangerous situation that may be unfolding here. The National Weather Service keeps reminding us to remind you, the viewers here, that we're just at the very beginning of the severe weather threat for tonight. And so as that sun starts to go down, usually the severe weather threat kind of decreases as that takes place. But here, the atmosphere is just getting primed for what we're going to say is the main event. What we could see several strong tornadoes throughout Nebraska and Oklahoma in this area here. So don't lay your guard down. The storms are forming. So if you're in Oklahoma City, they're just now developing to your west and into your southwest. So again, the main event's just starting here. And so everybody in this area needs to make sure that you stay weather aware and have a way to receive weather warnings, preferably multiple ways to receive weather warnings so that you are alerted if severe weather strikes your area. Nick and Chris and Timmy, you're live here. What are you seeing? What are you playing?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Timmy. What are you doing? What are you seeing here?
Get back to me in 1 minute.
All right, Timmy Albertson live here in Oklahoma. It's in a rural area, so the cell connection here is not the greatest, but we're watching that storm to the west of Hillsdale, trying to regroup itself here, reorganize, and see what happens here. So I know, Nick, you've been kind of going through the data here, and you're looking at your sources. What are you seeing? What are you finding out right now?
Well, currently, as we've been saying, is actually where Timmy was. He's moving south, it looks like, but he was just south of the main line, and that hook is starting to regroup, and it looks like, it's starting to move to the east-northeast, as we've been saying, and it's moving about 30 miles an hour. And as we've been saying, anyone in the Pond Creek and, area, and also to the east-northeast into, like that area, for the next 45 minutes, we need to really keep an eye on what's happening. And I also want to note is that the cells that are further southwest, those are starting to strengthen as well. So this is turning into a nasty, massive squall line here. And, pretty much for the next, 5 hours, we have to be on guard pretty much because, like the dew points are still really high. We have dew points that are some as high as 70 degrees, which is nuts. And so there's a lot of energy at play. And also Chris, I know like you've been following as well. So what are you seeing, Chris?
Well, kind of watching the cells that are to the south and west of the one that we've been talking about up in the Hillsdale area. And we've got a tornado warning in the Putman County, moving to the northeast or east at 40 miles per hour. That cell. Okay, here. I'll mute Timmy a little bit. But there's two cells to the south and west. One has got a tornado warning on it for the Putman area, and that cell is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. It's got a potential tornado and golf ball size hail, and it will be moving through the Oakwood area here shortly, and it's 35 miles per hour. So we're looking at Canton, Oakwood, and Eagle City. This is a tornado warning, so it is a dangerous storm as well. We got that one, and then there is another one with the warning on it to the north and east a little bit in the Cherokee area and Hennessy. That one is starting to show a little notch on the radar as well. And something that we'll keep an eye on here is that cell is to the east and northeast of the one with the tornado warning. So like we said, we thought these would start strengthening as the sun sets and as we head towards that 8 o'clock hour. And it looks like we got a pretty good line, like Mick said, of developing of at least 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 supercells that all could end up with a tornado outbreak here this evening. So if you are to the north and west of Oklahoma City, in that Clinton area, Hennessy, Enid, eventually Perry, Ponca City, El Reno, this line is going to be approaching you with the potential of developing multiple tornadoes. We got 2 tornado warnings now. We got Timmy en route to the one up on the north end, and then we've got the 4 supercells that trail on that line to the south and west. So right now there's warnings of both tornado and thunderstorm. Got the golf ball size hail. We've seen reports of a couple inches so far. I think 2.5 was the largest size we've seen out of the Oklahoma stuff, but the potential is there, and the wording has been there all day. Giant hail up to 4 inches and long track tornadoes. So if one of these does spawn a tornado, it could be on the ground for some time here the next couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye going here, but that's kind of the rundown of what it looks like there in Oklahoma.
Yeah, appreciate that, guys. And so if you're in the Oklahoma City area, you're looking out the window and not seeing a whole lot right now. And you're looking to your west and you're seeing your storms are to your north and west and thinking maybe you're out of the clear right now. And that is not the case. That's absolutely not the case. Actually, it might be a worst case scenario for you as these supercells continue to develop to your west, and line supercells is going to continue to form, and it's going to be over Oklahoma City in your area in the next several hours. To make that even worse, it's going to be likely dark out, making it even tougher here. So we have quite a bit going on to watch here in Oklahoma and so forth. We are receiving some questions, and we'll take a look at this here. Will Wednesday's threat be as bad as today's threat? And so let me show you here exactly what we're looking at here the next couple of days on that. And click the wrong button here. So let me share this screen here for you. And there we go. All right, so tomorrow's threat is more to the east and northeast here, so it covers a little bit there of Missouri, there where Nick is at, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. And so central northwest Ohio, that looks to be the bullseye right now for severe weather tomorrow. And then as for Wednesday, let me switch to the map here, a larger area, an enhanced risk of severe weather. It goes through covering quite a bit of Missouri there, Arkansas, Tennessee, all the way to Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, as well as covering much of the southern half of Illinois. So a large enhanced area, and we'll probably see a moderate risk in that. So Wednesday's system looks to be, as of right now, it looks like it could be as bad as what we might see tonight in regard to the potential for severe weather. Now, hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully it's a bust, and meteorologists, we can take our beating for that, and we'd be okay with that for something like this. And so the severe threat does continue over the next 2 days here. So we're looking at kind of a 3-day severe weather outbreak, and meteorologists, we're going to stay busy here. But tonight, the focus is on Oklahoma and Nebraska specifically, because we do have a high risk area of severe weather. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, Chris, and they don't put out a high risk very often. And a fun fact that I read today, this is the first time that they put out a high risk in an even numbered year since 2014. So yes, we did put one out last year for 1 day, but it's been 10 years since an even number year. So it's kind of a fun fact there. So that just goes to tell you, though, that the Storm Prediction Center putting out a high risk probability for severe weather is not normal. It's not common. It rarely happens. And today it just happens to be one of those days. And so I'm going to leave you here before turning it back over to you guys here. Well, let's the NATO cast here. And so I don't know if you've looked at this tonight yet or not, but you can see the high probability of a tornado here in Oklahoma into Nebraska, and then getting into Missouri later tonight. And so we can't let our guard down, just because even if you're not inside that high risk, if you're somewhere to the east of that, don't let your guard down because you're not in the high risk. There's still a probability here of severe weather, and that includes strong tornadoes. Strong tornadoes are predicted here, and so they can go all the way into possibly Illinois during the overnight hours tonight. So everybody in this area needs to remain weather aware and have a way to receive weather warnings as the night goes on.
Okay. So as we got the radar back up here, again, this was the forecast today. They were using words that we hadn't seen for some time. Particularly when we looked at that, the giant on the hail, the long track tornado outbreak, and again, like Michael just run down, it's something that they haven't done in that language for quite a while. So we're just kind of beginning here. We got a new warning that's popped up on that one cell that we were kind of watching there in that Okeechobee area in Hennessy to the west. This one is now in effect until for northwestern Kingfisher, Blaine, northeastern Blaine, southwestern Garfield, and southeastern Major County until 7:30. A tornado and tennis ball size hail is possible. This locations will be impacted are Enid, Hennessy, Wakamis, O'Keene, Bison, Vance Air Force Base, and Lacey. And again, this is a tornado warning is now in effect for those areas until 7:30. And this does include some pretty significant communities of Enid, Hennessy, the Vance Air Force Base, and O'Keene here in Oklahoma. And right now,
there's about 7,000 people. There are 9 schools in this area, a hospital. And so, more of a heavily populated area, like you said there. And tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail is no joke. So if you're outside, you need to make sure that you're getting indoors immediately.
Yeah, and we can see those areas. We were looking at this earlier. The potential for that large hail in these cores is there. And so right now in the O'Keene area, potential for golf ball size hail or even larger. And then we do have this rotating area. There is a tornado warning. You can kind of see the signature of the hook here on the radar. The little notch is getting there. And again, that's heading towards some more populated areas in Enid up here on the north end of the Polygon box, and Hennessy going down in the south eastern side. So again, this is till 7:30 here tonight. If you're in that area between O'Keene, Enid, and Hennessy, you need to be prepared and taking shelter from this dangerous storm. We also got warnings still on place for the one up to the north that we're going to have Timmy, when he comes back online, kind of giving us a picture of what that cell looks like right now. This had a history of possible funnel. It's kind of debated back and forth with the spotters if it actually hit the ground, but again, they counted it, and it looks like we're still may have some redeveloping of the south end of that cell. And then we've got this warning also on the one to the south and west of O'Keene in Oakwood that expires in 17 minutes, but that is located near Eagle City, moving east at 45 miles per hour in northwestern Blaine and southeastern Dewey County. So we've got multiple tornado warnings in Oklahoma. There's 3 of them as we speak, and then we've got some thunderstorm warnings and developing thunderstorms all the way to the west of Clinton and Elk City, all moving east northeast to areas to the west and northwest of Oklahoma City here this evening. Again, we're not expecting this line to weaken. We do think it will strengthen over the next couple hours. And again, we can't reiterate the situation here all day. It's kind of been talked about that this area in Oklahoma has the potential for a major tornadic outbreak here this evening.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I know, like, I mean, I know, like, in like the last 30 minutes, like this actual, this line is actually, I mean, like, it's really gotten strong. Like, I mean, like, I would say now we almost have like an actual, like an actual big, long, actual squall line. And, I would say, in the next, I mean, I know like, well, I mean, like, yeah. So, I mean, like, I know like it's tough to say, like exactly, but I would say in the next couple hours, I would look for this squall line to even actually get to the point now where it's going to be going into the Oklahoma City actual suburbs. So like, I mean, like these are areas that are more populated as, actually, like, and so like that's important to note is that these cells have been hitting areas that are less populated so far. But as we move, actually later into the evening, these cells are getting closer and closer to highly populated areas. And it's important, I'm like to not let your guard down because this system is just getting going. This is the appetizer of the whole system, as we've been saying. And I think as we move into the next hour or so, there's going to be more and more tornado warnings popping up, as we've been saying. And I think we need to keep an eye on, actual more redevelopment to the southwest as well. So this is just the beginning, as we've been saying. Currently, we have one of our meteorologists, Timmy. He is on the northern actual part of like the line there.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you for a quick second here. As we got the radar right there, we do have a confirmed tornado southeast of Okeen. So right there in the where the cursor is right there, confirmed tornado. So if you're in Okeen there, if you live near Lacey, Bison, any of that area there, you need to take shelter right now. We've got a confirmed tornado according to the National Weather Service out of Norman.
Okay. So that is that middle cell there that right here is in Okeen. It is moving east at 45 miles per hour. So if you're in Hennessy, Wacomas, Enid, Drummond, this is a dangerous storm. There's a confirmed tornado in that area near Okeen. Let's pull up this. Looks like he's been kind of spinning all day. But again, Okeen is right here. If you're looking on this, you can kind of see this notch in here. We were kind of had the velocity on just a second ago, but you're seeing that rotation in here where you've got your color changes. This is where that notch area was. So we do got a confirmed tornado in this Okeen, Oklahoma area with this cell moving to the east towards Hennessy. If you're on highways 81, particularly, it's kind of running right down that highway. And again, heading towards Hennessy, it's in the Okeen area. Please take cover immediately. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So National Weather Service has confirmation on that. We continue to watch warnings to the north and one to the south. We got Timmy that's en route to this Hillsdale area. We can get a better read on what's going on with that storm once he gets closer to it and pops back online here. But again, we've been talking about it all evening, the potential here for a significant tornado outbreak in northern parts of Oklahoma. Looks like we do potentially have one. Got a tornado warning back in the I believe that's Clay Center in the Kansas region up towards Salina, Manhattan. There are severe thunderstorm warnings on that north end. So watches are in place pretty much all the way from central Nebraska through Kansas down into this Oklahoma. The highest risk area is the Oklahoma area, but we do have a warning in place in that Abilene area for radar indicated tornado warning for northern Dickinson County in central Kansas until 7:15. At 6:44, 4 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles south of Solomon, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So this is near Interstate 70. Solomon is just right off the interstate. We got a tornado and quarter-size hail with that storm. So again, if you're out there in Kansas, in that Salina, particularly that Abilene area, Solomon is near Abilene there on I-70. That is a potential tornado warning on the ground. So, or not on the ground, but rotation of a potential tornado that could become a tornado. So again, we're in the Abilene area, just south of I-70 in Sullivan. There is a tornado warning. This would include Abilene and Chapman here until for the next half hour. So that's
Yeah,
on.
Chris. So yeah, that tornado warning, confirmed tornado on the ground in the Okeen area. This does the reports we're getting from storm spotters in the area. It's multi-vortex tornado that is on the ground in the Okeen area. So if you're in that area, make sure that you're taking shelter immediately. No time to waste here with that. And then our own Timmy Albertson is near the Hillsdale area. He's actually in Kremlin right now, and he's getting stationed there. That storm is starting to look like it's rotating much better than what we've seen all night. So he's in that area there, but the area because of a tornado on the ground. And I know we've taken a look there, some video there. We're not really seeing a whole lot in that picture there, but reports are a multi-vortex tornado on the ground.
Yeah, and the scary thing about it is that cell that's to the southwest of there actually has like an actual tornado warning as well. So, this is a town that's going to be, in like the risk, for a while. So, this is something that we need to really, actually pay attention to, because these cells are starting to merge almost together as one, and it's turning into a actual, I'm like an actual line of storms that is, it's very, very actually nasty looking. And I'm actually concerned about this line actually, I would say in the next hour or so turning into a big, long squall line here. So yeah, this is something we all need to really keep an eye on.
Kind of looking at this one up there where Timmy's going. It looked like it might have strengthened a little bit here. So in this Hillsdale area, that's where we're kind of watching. I think this tornado stake was from earlier today, where somebody did see that. It looks like we got a new one down here, or it's going to continue on from this Canton area. There's a new warning box that's popped up.
Not good.
It's southwestern Kingfisher, central Blaine County until 7:30. 6:51, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Eagle City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail is possible. This will be locations including Watonga, Hitchcock, Loyal, Eagle City, and Omega through 7:30. So where you're looking at that cell, back to the south and west of this confirmed tornado, it was in the Okeen area. These cells are moving east at about 40 miles per hour. If you're in Hennessy on Highway 81 or en route there, this is a tornado, multiple vortex, a potential dangerous situation. You can kind of see now what they're talking about, this multiple vortex thing. You can see the two areas are pretty good on that last radar scan. There is a spotter in that area. Here you go. I'm gonna see if we can pop him back up. You're not seeing a lot, but there is reports that there is a tornado or multiple vortexes potentially in that ground. They're kind of leaving the area a little bit there.
Yeah, Chris, and just kind of jumping in for a second here, the National Weather Service out of Norman is saying that this tornado that we're looking at here is heavily wrapped in rain. So we're not going to see this tornado. So if you're in this area, don't be going outside looking and not seeing a tornado. This thing is wrapped in rain. It's going to be very, very difficult to see.
Okay, here. My radar got closed on me.
So now we have 4 tornado warnings currently, it looks like, that are still up. And, like this whole line, like we've been talking about, it is starting to strengthen. In the last 30 minutes, we've had, I mean, all these warnings pop up, and this is just the beginning. So we need to really keep an eye, and this is, and really this is going to be hitting like the northern actual suburbs of actually Oklahoma City soon. So, we're getting into highly populated areas, because I mean, this is not a good situation. This is where people are actually, I mean, like they're, and like, actually, I know, like, I mean, like, it seems like a lot of people would be getting home, like around this time as well. So, and also it's important to note that, I'm like, there's still like a lot of time left for like actually redevelopment, as we've been saying, because, like the sun is, I mean, like, I know, yeah. I mean, like, yeah. So I'm like the actual sun is going to be setting, but like the actual low level jet is actually just going to be getting going here soon. So more so, I'm like, yeah. So we need to keep an eye, I'm like, for more redevelopment along this line as it moves, in like, so, but yeah, so basically currently, as we've been talking about, like there's been actual storm reports of actual tornado on the ground in Okeen, and that's moving to the east northeast toward like the Hennessy area, and then we have the tornado warning to the southwest, which is in like the Hitchcock area, and that's moving to the east northeast as well. And then we have the warning that is just east of Oakwood, and that's moving. So we have three cells that are merging together that are moving all to the east northeast. And then we have the one that's actually, and like I'm like the actual one that's furthest north is where our actual meteorologist, actually Timmy, is, and he's in like the Creamland area. So we're curious to see what he's going to be seeing here in the next 15-30 minutes. So yeah, hopefully we can get him online here soon.
We're going to go back to this Hennessy. I mean, this is a dangerous storm right here in this going towards Hennessy. There is a rain-wrapped, possibly multiple vortex tornado on the ground. It's been confirmed by the Weather Service. So if you're out there on Highway 81 in the Hennessy area, please take cover immediately. This is a dangerous storm. That is a area of heavier population once you get towards Hennessy and eventually Enid. It has got a little bit more eastward movement towards Hennessy than the northeast towards Wacoma and Enid. But again, this polygon is covering that entire area. There's multiple vortexes in that rain-wrapped cell there, supercell, that's moving pretty much down Highway 81 towards Hennessy. So again, this is a dangerous storm. We've got a tornado warning with multiple vortexes on the ground in that area to the west of Hennessy, Oklahoma. That is a serious situation. We want people that are listening and watching to take heed to that warning and take cover immediately until the storm passes. It looks like it's going to be a while. This is a situation that needs to be adhered to immediately. So again, Hennessy, you're under the gun. Wacoma, Enid, also considered to be in this tornado threat area. Take shelter immediately. This has been a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service.
And these warnings are all, up for the next, about, I would say until about 7:30. But the issue that we see is that they're just going to get, basically, I'm like, they're going to keep getting actually updated. So, and as we can see to the southwest, if you look southwest toward actually, and like, so this is just north of Elk City. Yeah, those areas don't have tornado warnings yet, but you can see that there's redevelopment happening there. So that whole line is basically turning into a massive squall line that's going to basically, be on like the northern part of Oklahoma here. So as we get into the next hour, we're going to see more warnings pop up. So this is a very dangerous situation as we get into more populated areas, as we've been talking about. I don't know if there's been any other reports about the tornado that's in, like that's on the ground, but I'd be curious to see if there's been any updates on that.
Thanks, Nick. Just taking a look here, some of the updates here, but just to let you know, the storm you're looking at there, it's rain wrapped. That tornado's in a bunch of rain right now, so it's really difficult to see. And some pictures coming in from the storm spotters and the chasers who are out there right now. You really can't see anything right now other than the rain falling from the ground here. And so just to recap here, Oklahoma and Nebraska, you're in a high risk of seeing some tornadoes tonight that could be strong, long-lived tornadoes. And we're just now starting to get to the prime of the atmosphere where these things are really going to start going here. Our own Timmy Albertson is on one of those supercells. He is sending in some pictures right now. And again, same thing that I just said. You really can't see much on his storm right now, even though there's no tornado on the ground with his storm. But you can't really see much from his pictures right now. And so that's why we're kind of holding off there in that regard, as well as the storm that you guys are talking about here just to the south. Again, haven't gotten any pictures or anything, but what we've heard is the confirmed tornado that's pretty much hidden inside the rain, making it very difficult to see. So if you live in that area, don't just be going outside, taking a look and thinking, oh, there's no tornado. I don't see a tornado. Again, you're not going to see this tornado here to the in that Hennessy area to the west of Hennessy. Because that tornado is rain wrapped. So I'll continue to monitor this here. We've got several members of our team working hard right now. So not just you guys here communicating with everybody on the live streams here on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X. We've got Timmy Albertson, who's out in the field chasing the storm. He's in Oklahoma. He's in this high risk area, getting us information and that we can share back with you. We've got some other meteorologists working hard as well. We've got our Weather Valet subscribers out there asking questions and so forth. And we're attentive to everybody. And as well as we've got a lot of people asking about tomorrow and on Wednesday as part of this 3-day outbreak here. So we've got a large number of our team working hard for you right now. We've got another group that's going to come in here in the next hour or so. And so all of us here at AWSC, we're working hard to keep all of you safe. So feel free to like, to share, to follow, to let others know what we're doing here. And if you have any weather-related questions, all you got to do is go to weathervalet.com, get subscribed, and we'll be able to get you an answer to any of your weather questions, more or less 24/7. We can get you an answer there in a timely manner. So, Chris, I see you're kind of looking at the radar here. What are you seeing? Even though we don't have any pictures or video of yet, what's it looking like on the radar?
Well, we got the radar rundown here too. The most dangerous situation is this one to the east of Hennessy. It's 658, 9 miles north of Loyal. So in this area right here, media broadcast did confirm a tornado on the ground. So we are looking, right in this area, a confirmed tornado. It's rain wrapped, so you really can't see it. But broadcast media just 4 minutes ago confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground in this area. That is extremely close to Hennessy. Please take cover. This is a confirmed tornado. I'm just looking at the radars and watching it here over the last 10, 15 minutes. It could be a large, even a multi-vortex at one point was discussed, a tornado in that area. And so we talked about stuff growing and enhancing. This could be maybe the start of one of those bigger, longer type tornadic storms. Again, it's wrapped up in here. You can't really see it. It's rain wrapped. It's moving towards Hennessy. If it keeps going on that track, we'd be looking out here towards Perry, areas to the north and west of Guthrie, Oklahoma, Marshall, Covington. Keep going down, 81, and that's something that eventually, could be in that Stillwater area. So we'll keep an eye on this thing. But again, tornado on the ground just to the east or west of Hennessy, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So that is the most dangerous storm. We also got tornado warnings up here to the north in the Pond Creek area. This warning is in effect for another 12 minutes. That's where we got Timmy Albertson, our own meteorologist, will be en route and can take a look at that storm. And then that second one in the Hitchcock area to the south and west of the confirmed tornado is also a new warning that is going to go for a half hour or till 7:30 with potential 2-inch hail and radar indicated a tornado on that cell in the Hitchcock area. So we've got 3 tornado warnings in Oklahoma currently in place. And again, the most dangerous, they're all dangerous. You should be taking cover in all 3 areas. But the one we're real particularly concerned about, because it's confirmed on the ground and heading towards Hennessy, which is a significantly populated community there in north central Oklahoma. Again, we can't reiterate the seriousness of this cell. We could continue on as it moves through this Hennessy area here this evening.
Yeah, and it's important
as you take a look at that, I just want to say real quick, and I'll throw it to you here, Nick. So our own Timmy Albertson, he's out chasing these storms right now. And so if you kind of take a look at the radar there, your top 2 tornado warnings there. So to the west of Garber, that's where Timmy Albertson is. So he's kind of split the storms right now. He's making a decision to go follow the northern storm or the southern storm right now. So he's right in that middle area, getting ready to make that decision there, which storm to follow. Both look like they'd be good to chase, fun to chase. The storm in the Hennessy area, like you've been talking about, is rain wrapped, but it does have a massive wall cloud with it. So you can see that wall cloud coming from miles away. So massive wall cloud with that system there, with that. So Timmy's kind of making a decision which one to follow, pretty much from behind, and then we'll see which one he decides there. So sorry about that, Nick. Take it away.
Oh no, yeah. So basically, I know, I'm like the actual one that's rain wrap. You can see on the radar if you zoom in, you can kind of see how it is riding along like the rain shield, and like the hook is become. This is one of the more actually, I would say I would say like in terms of like what we've seen tonight so far, this is the most impressive by the looks of the radar. Like the hook is pretty actually noteworthy, and you can see that there is like that little notch there. It's a very actually dangerous situation because, as you can see, though, then we have the more redevelopment to the southwest, and I'm really concerned that those cells that are to the southwest of this actual tornado that's on the ground, those are going to produce actual tornadoes as well, because the environment is really it's really favoring that right now, and this has all happened within the last hour. All these warnings have really just, really happened really quickly. So anyone in the area north of the Oklahoma City area, they need to be aware of what's happening because things are happening within minutes, and there's no time to, actually wait. There's time to act now and to be safe and to stay, stay on here and actually stay, on like the actual way of actually knowing what's happening because, these actual systems are so dynamic. And I would say now we can take it over to Timmy if he's going to be on soon.
Yeah, and Nick, so as you're talking about this here, there are some storms continue to develop on the southern part of this line here, which is expected here. And so I zoomed in here. Let me zoom back out for a second here, but here's Oklahoma City. All right, we're going to talk about the tornado warnings to the north here. But out west here, these storms are developing here. I'm going to zoom in. Let's take a look at the velocity here. Okay, and you can start to see there's some rotation going on in the Butler area. All right, so if you're in the Butler area, there's no tornado warning right now, but you're starting to see some rotation here in this area. So as you were just saying there, as these storms develop quickly, they're spinning up just as quickly. And so these can become tornado warned in no time at all. So so if you're to the west of Oklahoma City, in that Clinton area, you need to be on the lookout here. You've got a severe thunderstorm heading your way that's starting to show signs of rotation.
Yeah, so that line now, is extending, taking a large chunk of north central Oklahoma to the west and north of Oklahoma City. So like we said, we got the Elk City, Clinton areas with a potential developing circulation that moves north and eastward through Putman and into the Hills, Hitchcock area, the Cell and Hennessy, and then we go up to the north to Pond Creek and through Enid. So right now, this Hennessy situation is, looking dire. We got a tornado on the ground. It's very near Hennessy, heading to the east-northeast. You got Enid in the path of this storm, Wacoma, and eventually, areas past there. We were talking about the potential for long-track tornadoes here tonight. This is the area, if we were looking back at the model data, that was showing that enhancement and this thing kind of even turning to the right a little bit and then going eastward as it headed towards 8 o'clock here this evening. So again, if it would stay on the ground taking that type of track, we're talking about Stillwater, the university there, you got Pawnee, and all these, major areas in Oklahoma here, crossing the interstate later on here tonight. So we're going to keep our eyes on this situation here in that Hennessy area. This is the area that could really bloom up into some severe storm activity, multiple tornadoes here this evening. So again, we're going to focus this group of thunderstorms. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells. They're all kind of now, like Nick was saying, they're kind of merging and rain wrap tornado right here. We got circulation back here on this tornado warning. We're showing new circulation down here to the north and west of Clinton. And again, it's kind of a serious situation developing with these systems here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and also, Chris, it's important to note that in the last hour, the speed of these cells has slowed down a little bit. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's slowed down a lot. I mean, I would say around 5 to 10 miles an hour, which isn't a big deal. But if you look at the actual big picture of what's happening, as this squall line is, it's basically now a squall line because at one point it was just individual cells that were, strengthening. But now we have an actual squall line that is starting to slow down. And we're getting into the time frame, like as you said, like the models were showing around like the 8 o'clock hour being a huge actual risk. So here in the next 50 minutes, there's going to be more tornado warnings that are going to, actually come up to our southwest of where the tornado was on the ground. So we need to keep an eye, and hopefully, I'm actually hoping we can get a hold of Timmy here soon, eventually, as he's deciding where he is right now. I remember you were saying, actually, Michael, that he's deciding to go, I guess, further east or.
Yeah, he's trying to decide which way to go. It's kind of in between the two supercells there with that, and so we'll be able to get with them here in a little bit. He's making some maneuvers right now, and like we were mentioning, there's so many chasers out there. It's like a procession of cars, going down the roadways there. So he's got to be very careful. He's got to take his time and make sure that he's safe and he's keeping others safe who are out there. And so that makes it a little bit more difficult for him, to be able to maneuver around and so forth. And so the tornado warning for Kate County and Grant County until 8 o'clock. So just about a minute ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Jefferson, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated rotation, but it also has golf ball size hail with it. And so if you're in the Deer Creek area, Lamont area, all the way to the Blackwell area, anywhere west of 35, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning. So Lamont, you're up next. It's going through you next. And so taking a look at the velocity there. Chris, is that you controlling the radar? What are you seeing?
Yep. Yeah, we just flipped this velocity scan. So this Jefferson area is where the radar indicated rotation is at. And it looks like we're moving that east, slow a little bit northeast at 35 miles per hour. So Lamont, Tonkawa, Tamaqua, and Blackwell, Deer Creek, this is till 8 o'clock. So this polygon just got issued until 8 o'clock. Right now, the Jefferson area is showing some radar indicated rotation. You can kind of see it here a little bit, I think, as we go into a scan or two ahead. This cell data is the one that had the history of a possible funnel when it was back here earlier. It was the one that Timmy was taking a look at from a distance when he was on last time. So now he is in between these two cells. This one's kind of moving away and this one's heading towards him. Now this one does have the the confirmed potential larger tornado on the ground as it's moving through Hennessy. So that one is, where we're looking at here is till 8 o'clock. This one's going till 7:30, and then we also have this one in the Hitchcock area moving towards Loyal till another 15 minutes as well. So we got warnings in place on these two cells until 7:30. Again, they are in the Hitchcock, Loyal area. One moving a tornado on the ground in the Hennessy area, moving to Wacoma, just south of Enid. So they've taken Enid out of the polygon box, but to have Wacomas in it on the north end, and Hennessy is right in the path of the tornado. So again, if you're in the Hennessy area, it's a dangerous situation. You should be in shelter, lowest light level of your house, interior room. If you're out driving around, park immediately, find a safe place. And again, a tornado in the Hennessy area, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So Wacomas, Hennessy, and any place in between, please take cover. That is a dangerous storm.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I know, like, it's hard to, I know, like, it's hard to see exactly, because I mean, like, I know, like, it is rain wrap, but it is important to note, like, on, like, the radar, we can see kind of how, like, the actual look of that cell is. It is starting to have, like, a little notch in it, and right now, currently, it's actually hitting, like, the Hennessy area, or and so I think it's important to note that the cell that's further southwest in, like, the Hitchcock area, that one is moving more further south of the Hennessy, but I am a little concerned because that actual cell is kind of starting to, in my opinion, merge with the Hennessy tornado. So, I mean, the thing that I'm worried about is that this tornado that is actually, it's actually going to become not only rain wrap, but, it's not going to be moving through for a while because of the redevelopment to the southwest of it. For me, it looks very concerning because it's basically turned into, like I've said, like a big squall line. So it's all together. And, it's starting to slow down, as we were saying, like, so like the speed is not as fast. And it's going to be interesting to see how many more warnings do pop up here in the near future.
Just kind of make note of it. Behind this cell, we did have a flash flood warning pop up covering all the way from O'Kane back to Oakwood and Putman. We saw these storms training through here today. So we got flash flood warning in place for a large area where these storms have went for Blaine County, eastern Dewey County until 10:15. 7:07 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing rain across the Warren area up to 2 inches. Additional 2 inches can be expected in the warned area. Flash flooding caused by these thunderstorms. The places that could see this flooding are Taloga, O'Kane, Canton, Longdale, Oakwood, Putman, Canton Lake, Eagle City, Hugmack, Southard, and Homestead. Again, flooding, if you see anything ponding on roads, crossing roads, do not drive through it, is probably the most dangerous thing other than tornadoes that happens with folks after these storms. So flood warning in place, a large area where these thunderstorms have been training from O'Kane all the way through Oakwood, back through Canton and Longsdale. Again, we'll focus out here on the front end. I don't know if we've got any updated reports, but this is the area, Hennessy, where we've got the tornado on the ground. You can see the circulation still in that area. We can check our velocity scans real quick. Right here. Again, we've got rain wrap tornado in this area, moving between Wacomas the Hennessy area, confirmed tornado in that, for a while now. So
Yeah, it looks like it's north of, I don't know what road that is, but it looks like that, is that,
81.
okay, yeah, 81. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I mean, like, I'm like, in terms of like actual velocities, that's one of the more brighter colors we've seen, I mean, like tonight at least. And that cell that's further southwest, that's south of actually O'Keene, that's moving even also as well toward the Hennessy area. But it's interesting because, the actual tornado obviously, is actually going to be with that one supposedly on the southern part of it. But as I've said already, I'm concerned this whole line is slowing down. It's slowed down some, and with the more redevelopment, even down southwest into like the Custer City area, which is north of Elk City. I mean, you can see that this whole line is, it's still starting to gain its, I mean, like it's just getting going, in my opinion. Like this is just the beginning, I think. But we have to keep an eye out, obviously, as we've been saying.
So if you look in here on our radar scan, this is a tornado on the ground, radar indicated, and now these two warning boxes back here, you're starting to see a little bit what Nick was talking about, some of this enhancement to the south and west. This is, we'll be probably talking about this region as we move forward. So we're talking Clinton to El Reno, to the suburbs, northwest suburbs of Oklahoma City. Eventually will be Stillwater and areas in between. So Edmond, Piedmont, Stillwater, northwest Oklahoma City. That's kind of the, where we'll be handing things off here going into that 8 o'clock hour. So again, we've got Timmy en route somewhere here in this area. I don't know if we've heard which way he's chosen to go, but he looks like everybody's kind of clustering in right here. Again, this is the confirmed tornado, multiple confirmations, media, National Weather Service, spotters. So it's rain wrapped. So that's also something we talked about. You can't really get a good picture of it, but it is in here. A large tornado. Here we got a new box updated on it. So tornado warning for southwestern Garfield County till 8 p.m. 7:22 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bison, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So it has slowed down. This is radar indicated rotation: Enid, Wakamas, Fairmont, Douglas, and Bison. So let's kind of take a look at that. We were talking this area with this one, a confirmed tornado. They're talking about radar indication in this area. So again, this could be, as we're developing here, we're talking about multiple areas within this supercell, kind of not weakening, but it's coming together and brewing and mixing up. And again, I think earlier there was talk of a multiple vortices within this.
There's actually another warning that is north of the Hennessy that popped up that it's actually radar indicated, Chris. So we have 4 tornado warnings now.
Yep, that's the one I just ran down here. So, so this is a new area. It does include areas close to Enid, Fairmont, Wakamas, and then Hennessy. So we've got this multiple polygon box here that's pretty dangerous. Confirmed tornadoes, radar indicated tornado, you name it. It's rain wrapped in here, and move into the east-northeast towards till 8 o'clock. We're talking Fairmont, Covington, southern Enid, Wakamas, and Hennessy.
Yeah, Chris, and we've got Timmy Albertson back with us here. He is on the road here. He's headed towards the that storm you're just talking about, the new tornado warning there. He's heading towards that area there. He's going through some rain right now. Timmy, I don't know if you can hear us, but exactly where are you and where are you headed?
Right now I am on my way to Garber, Oklahoma. I had to go through the north side of Enid a few moments ago. A little bit of rain right now. I'm trying to see if I can't get ahead of this rain and then turn and then try to catch up with some of that stuff making its way towards Covington.
Yeah, exactly. And so taking a look at the radar. So for those of you in the Hennessy area, just north of Hennessy, that radar is tightening there. It's if it's not producing a tornado, it's probably very close to producing a tornado right now in that area. So if you're in any of those areas that Chris just mentioned there, and that Nick mentioned in his part there, if you're under tornado warning, you need to take it serious. The strong tornadoes are possible tonight. These storms are just getting into the atmosphere conducive to those very strong, violent tornadoes that people have been talking about all day long. Hence, the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center has put this area in a high risk for severe weather. All right, and that's not something that they do very often. And so they know that it's about this time tonight, as those storms enter here closer to central Oklahoma, that these storms are really going to develop. The rotation is really going to be there, and some strong, violent, long track tornadoes are possible with that. And so Timmy, we'll continue to follow your feed there. If that's cool with you, feel free to jump in. If you see anything, just interrupt us as we do this here. And I know we've got Nick and Chris here taking a look at radar and gathering reports from all their sources here. And we're a plethora of information here, not only to keep you safe, Timmy, but everybody in the area safe as day one of a 3-day severe weather outbreak is underway.
Yeah, this here on radar. Kind of watching it here. That Hennessy, north of Hennessy, the velocity scan that just came down really has it tightening up. So again, we're talking about a bigger tornado, something developing. I think we need to keep our eye on that. Timmy is kind of positioning himself to be in that Covington area, which is right here, or I guess I don't know if the radar's up, but it's right, in the path of that tightening area that's just to the north of Hennessy right now.
Yeah, Chris, and we do, and actually we're taking a look at your radar right now, so we're able to see that, and we're keeping Timmy's video in the corner there, and whenever Timmy gets back in, we'll make that full screen. But yeah, just to the north of Hennessy there. I don't know if you can click on that Storm Chaser's video to see if he's got anything on his video there, but he's right in the thick of it. Okay, really not a whole lot yet with this here. So when I'm looking, at the velocity there, and really kind of going back to that radar, and Nick was talking about this earlier with the storm. You really see that rotation there on the radar, and most likely it's rain wrapped in that there too. But if you can switch back over to the actual radar there. On some of the radars I'm looking at here, I don't know if yours is going to show or not, but it almost looks like there's an eye. It's almost like it's a hurricane with an eye in it. So you see that spin, you see that rotation there just to the north of Hennessy. And so that's not something you always see a lot of on the radar there. But it tells you that the spin is there. It's in that atmosphere that's very conducive to it. And it looks like that Storm Chaser's icon might be on the way there to really see that circle there. So but you can really see that spin, within that southwestern part of that supercell.
There we go. that Timmy the Mouse?
Looks like we're having a little bit of audio trouble there with Timmy. Got a good feed, good picture coming in. Just sounds like Minnie Mouse or something there. I don't think that's his real voice. I don't think he's really talking like that right now, but although it wouldn't surprise me.
He's probably throwing it.
With that, we'll continue to watch the feed here. He's getting closer to the storm, and hopefully he gets into an area that's a little bit better cell coverage, so that we can hear him a little bit better and understand what he's saying there. So stay with us, Timmy. We just can't make out anything you're saying right now. But again, hopefully you get to a better area here to be able to communicate what you're saying with us.
Okay, since our last scan here, we've dropped the warning that was in the Hennessy area. Now we're really focusing on this Wacomas area. You see the rotation to the north and east of Hennessy. It's heading right towards that Covington where Timmy's going. So
yeah.
We'll get some live footage here as this moves forward. Kind of looking back down here towards Custer City. Again, we've got a pretty strong cell. It's down here on the south end of this line, so that is something to keep an eye on for something to potentially strengthen in those areas. Again, our strongest cell is that one in Wacomas. We've had a history of cited tornado with this cell for a while now. It was in the Okina, Loyal, Hitchcock area. Now it's moved, here a good 30 miles, maybe 40 miles into the Hennessy area, and looks like it's going to keep tracking to the east, northeast, now heading towards Fairmont and Covington. In a half hour, they are on the end of that polygon warning box. So that is until 8 o'clock. We have a tornado warning that encompasses a good chunk of Garfield County. So we are again in Wacomas.
Yeah. And like that actual cell that we're talking about there, it really is rain wrapped now. Like the actual tornado warning is inside the cell. So like it's going to be hard to see anything. And there's going to be, obviously some hail with it as well. I mean, actual large hail, so it's interesting because the system is kind of like the cell, was toward actually Hennessy and it went through, but then now it's kind of moving kind of more to the north of Hennessy. And now, it's basically going right for like the Covington area and it's going to be interesting to see kind of what type of shape and form it takes here as it moves more east and northeast. And as we were saying, and I've been saying, is this squall line is slowing down some as well. So it's interesting kind of to see kind of where it's going to go and at what speed. But it seems like it's strengthened and also slowed down, which is not good news. And we're also getting into areas, as we've said, that are more populated. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks like eventually it's headed for the Garber and also Perry area as well. Yeah.
So let's kind of go back up to the north. We still got this one now that takes Tonkawa, Blackwell, Deer Creek, radar indicated. This one did have potentially at one point a tornado. Now is radar indicated. This warning goes in effect till 8 o'clock. And again, that is the cell to the north of this one we've been talking about for quite a while that started here in the Okina area with a confirmed tornado, is now in the Hennessy, moving towards Douglas, Wacomas, Fairmount, and Covington. So that is a tornado potentially, or was on the ground, moved through in the Hennessy area, now heading towards Covington.
And the radar is still showing the nice little hook notch that is northeast of Hennessy. But the tornado warning that is issued by the National Weather Service box is actually further north. It's kind of on like the tail part of like that little hook notch, but it's further north inside the cell, which is interesting to see kind of like how this is taking on, because this is a different look to the, like, you know, I mean, pretty much all the systems we've been looking at, or I mean like the actual cells we've been seeing so far this evening have had the tornado out on the leading edge in that little, you know, hook. But this is a whole different situation. It's a whole dynamic situation that, as Michael and Chris have been saying, that is very dangerous because you can't see it. And it's going to be hard to get reports. And it's one of those things where you just need to make sure that you take cover now. You don't, I mean, like, there's nothing to wait with this. This is very, you know, it's very complex. It's very dynamic. So, and it's, you know, it's actually becoming more, I think, in my opinion, it's becoming actually bigger. And it's actually, you know, I mean, like, I would say, you know, like in the last hour, it's actually covered now like a bigger area than it ever has. Because it was, you know, more isolated, but now it's in like a large swath of area now, which is concerning.
Okay. So again, we keep watching this. Where is Timmy? I can kind of see his video feed there. Is en route. We're in this, looking at this area in between Garber and Covington. Again, we've had a history of a confirmed tornado from O'Keene through Hennessy. Now you can continue to see that rotation on radar as it's moving towards Covington. So we'll keep an eye on Timmy's camera. As soon as he's ready to pop on, we'll get him back on here. We'll kind of glance back to the north. Looks like we've kind of seen things settling down up in Kansas a little bit. Still some severe thunderstorms in the Manhattan, Clay Center, Junction City area. I got a pretty good cell in the Salina area, moving towards Abilene and Solomon once again. And then
Chris, so we have a new tornado warning that's in like the Custer City area, and it's moving to the east-northeast toward Greenfield. So that's on the southwestern side of the line. Like I've been saying, it's now moving into the Greenfield and area, and obviously you can take it away because you have the list there, Chris. But
so at 7:36 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Arapahoe, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail, radar indicated. This will be moving through locations of Weatherford, Clinton, Hydro, Arapahoe, and Custer City. So this warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. for southeastern Custer County and southwestern Blaine County. So if you're in those communities of Weatherford, Clinton, Hydro, Arapahoe, and Custer City, we have a tornado warning, a new one till 8:15 p.m. You need to take cover. This is a dangerous storm. It's on that southwestern flank, has the potential to get strengthened and develop into a significant tornado. So Custer City, those communities that we had listed there are in the path of that storm until 8:15 p.m. So now we've got three warnings, tornado warnings. The one up to the north that is in the Tonkawa, Lamont area, moving towards Blackwell and Deer Creek. We've got this one that's between Hennessy, Covington, and just to the south and east of Enid. And then a new tornado warning for Custer City and locations to the east in that area.
Yeah, Chris, I'm going to switch radars here for a second, kind of show you where Timmy is right now. Just communicated with him. So he's on the way to the Garber area. So you see that there on the on his video feed there on the bottom left side there. So he's currently en route to the Garber area, and then take a little bit more to the east here. And I think he's trying to talk again. We just can't make out what he's saying right now. So he's in the middle of nowhere, as well as he is getting some rain there, as you can tell by the windshield wipers there. So that can't make it easy for the what little connection is there. So he's on his way to Garber there, and then we'll kind of make a decision from there based on where he's at, what roads are available, what the traffic's like, which it looks good right now. I'm kind of wondering where he's going, if he's in the right area. There are no storm chasers there, but no, just kidding. But he's going to find a way to stay safe and so forth. And the thing about Timmy too, and the other storm chasers that are out there, they don't have much daylight time left. And so, so once nighttime falls, that becomes very dangerous, being out and about trying to chase tornadoes in the dark. And so, so that's Timmy's plan there. He's heading towards the Garber area right now. And but we do have quite a bit of rotation left in this. Still 20 minutes left of this warning, but most likely we're going to see this with this kind of velocity on the radar here. We're going to see this warning continue to the east here. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let me check real quick and let's see if we've got anything new here before I pass it back to you, Nick, with this. So just continuing to watch here and with that. So with the storm here, golf ball size hail. And then radar indicated rotation there, and that's what you see right there on the radar with that. And again, we're getting to that point in the evening here as sun sets. Normally that's a time where that severe weather starts decreasing in probability. Tonight, that's not the case. The darkness isn't going to mean a whole lot, and we expect these storms to actually intensify over the next few hours here as it makes its way through central Oklahoma. So don't let your guard down because, you know, we're not seeing pictures and videos of large tornadoes right now. They're just now starting to get into that atmosphere where it's primed for that kind of severe weather to take place. So if you're in central Oklahoma, if you're under a tornado watch, make sure you stay weather aware. You have a way, preferably multiple ways to receive weather warnings. So that way you stay updated and you can act your weather preparedness plan as soon as you need to. So, Nick, what are you looking at? What are you seeing here?
Well, I'm like with the cell you've been talking about, you know, in terms of what I've seen so far is that like the speed of the system is about what it's been like in the last 30 minutes. But it has slowed down some, which is concerning to me. And then obviously, you know, like on like the southwestern side of this squall line, which is now east of Custer City, that is a new tornado warning, which is concerning to me because here we have a new cell that is now capable of producing a tornado, and it's all moving, you know, east-northeast. So it's moving in an area that is, you know, north of like the Oklahoma City area. But it's concerning because, as we've been saying, and we've been saying time and time again, that we're getting closer to areas that are populated. And as actually Michael was just saying, with the sun getting ready to set, you know, it's going to be harder to see, you know, it already is hard to see with the, you know, because I mean, like these actual tornadoes have been inside the rain, so it's hard to see. But with it becoming night, it's even more scary. So I think, you know, I mean, like, you know, it's like the same thing. We need to really keep an eye on like the new development with these systems, you know, and just being able to understand that, you know, things are changing and it's a very dynamic situation. And it's now a nowcasting situation, and we need to make sure that we are on it.
Yeah, thanks there, Nick. And I'm watching. So the tornado warning storm in Kansas. I'm watching up north here for a second here because of that. That rotation right now is going through Manhattan, which is a college town here. And I'm not getting any reports of any tornado on the ground or any damage at this point here, but this storm is capable of producing a tornado So to the north and east of Ogden and getting into Manhattan area. It's moving northeast of 40 miles per hour there. And so I was trying to see if I got any storm here, but this is a storm that is continue to rotate, and it's in that Manhattan area. So Kansas State University, you're on the gun right now. This rotation is above you right now. So make sure that you are taking shelter if you're in this area. If you know anybody in Kansas State right now, make sure you're taking shelter. Let them know that this rotation is right above them right now. And so this Manhattan, Kansas, under the tornado warning here, and the rotation right now is directly over Kansas State University. And so I'm not too familiar with the schedule if they're still in session right now or if graduation has already taken place. But no matter what, that rotation is right above that area.
Yeah, it's right above the university. I mean, the campus is kind of right here on this end of town. So that area, as you just saw there. So anyway, that is in Manhattan, Kansas. Tornado warning. We're looking at it right here on the radar. Again, I think the students are still there. So again, Manhattan, Kansas, tornado warning. So we got tornado warnings now in Manhattan. We got 3 warnings back down there in Oklahoma. We got the one that we're en route to in the Garber area. Take a look back to it. You can still kind of see that area. You know, this is the last scans here. You kind of see it. Douglas area, kind of a notch.
I lost Timmy's feed there, but he is actually on the way to Perry right now. He's getting close to Perry, so just to the east of the storm here, as he's making his way south, trying to see a better view there of the rotation. So he's in that Perry area right now.
Over here to the, okay. Well, he drives fast. Went from here to there like that. Okay, so we're gonna zoom back here. You know, we were just on this Manhattan, Kansas. This cell that's moving through Manhattan looks like it has moved through pretty quickly. So Manhattan's been that box kind of bumped up there. So it looks like it's through Manhattan. This last radar scan is probably over the Tuttle Creek Reservoir area here, moving to the north and east towards Westmoreland. If that sounds familiar, it was part of a tornado outbreak there a week or so ago, where we did have some damage and there could have been some injury in that Westmoreland here not so long ago. But again, tornado warning did include Manhattan. It's now moving towards Westmoreland over the Tuttle Creek Reservoir. We'll go back down here to Oklahoma. We'll get to see where we got our own Timmy Albertson en route to this storm that is in the Perry. So we say he was going Perry?
Yeah, he's going to Perry.
Perry right here, yeah, Perry. So can't remember which radar side I'm on.
Well,
I think Enid's got one.
Yeah, I think that you're on one that's further north because the reflectivity.
Yeah, I'm in Topeka. Okay. Let's get down to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed that's interesting with the cell that's going through like the Covington area is that the radar is indicating it's like a mesocyclone, you know, because I mean, like the look of it, I know like it does kind of look like an eye, you know, and I know actually Michael was mentioning that it has like the look of like an actual hurricane eye, which is really kind of interesting to see on radar, you know, here in like the middle part of the country. So that I thought that was interesting also again to look at. And actually inside it, there's like, like actual reports. I guess like there's hail that is around 2 inches too as well. So, and the speed of it it's still slowing down ever so slightly. I mean, it's not, I mean, at one point it was about, I mean, like this whole squall line was moving about 10 to 15 miles an hour quicker. And now it's moving about 10 to 15 mile an hour slower. So that's something to keep in mind as well as we move through the evening.
Okay, just seen a flood warning pop up for the area we've been talking. So now we've got, the cell's been moving through here a little over an hour and a half. Rain, 2-3 inches, 4 inches probably in that O'Keene area. Wacomas, Ames, Hennessy. So we got a flood warning in place. So on top of the tornado warning, we're going to sit here and kind of watch this here for the next 10 minutes to see where, I flipped it from the Enid radar to the Oklahoma City to see if there was much difference in the velocity scans.
So there's a new warning, I think, that was just issued. It's for areas further north and east of Covington.
Okay, this will be for western Noble County and southeastern Garfield County until 8:30. At 7:50 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Douglas, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. A tornado and golf ball size hail, radar indicated rotation. This locations will be Covington, Douglas, Lucene, and Hayward. Covington, Douglas, Lucene, and Hayward. Includes Interstate 35 between mile markers 182 and 201. So this will be crossing the interstate. 1.1 inch size hail and radar indicated tornado, but it does have the history of being a tornado. Raindrop tornado here earlier this evening. And again, the environment's right for this to enhance. We'll keep our eyes on this rotation. You can see the circulation in it. So there is still rotation in that Covington area. This tornado warning now covers Covington, Douglas, and heading towards Perry, Oklahoma. I'll be crossing the interstate at those mile markers between, gotta remember them again. But anyway, mile markers. .182 and 201. So we're looking here, it's a ways away yet, but it's heading towards, that'll be around the 8:30 time frame in that 182 to 201 mile markers on the interstate. So folks out here traveling, the storm's heading towards you. Potential tornado in the Covington area, moving to the east-northeast at 25 miles per hour. So we got a tornado warning until 8:30. That includes those areas, mile markers 182 to 201 on the interstate on the eastern edge of this polygon box. And then we've got Covington and Douglas where we're on the west end, and the current rotation is showing up on radar. We still got tornado warning in effect in Deer Creek. It's about 7 minutes left on this one up to the north. Takawa, Blackwell, and Deer Creek. Those is a warning. And then we got the other third one in the Custer City area, moving to the east there towards Bridgeport and Garfield in the southern flank of the storm system.
And then also I got a report north of Hennessy in Garfield, Oklahoma, where that cell that just went through, that's now moving toward Douglas and Covington, but it went through, there was a report of a rope tornado It was 1 mile south of Bison in Garfield. And so that was actual, like the first big report I've seen that's north of Hennessy where that cell was at.
Okay, so again, this kind of started back here where this flood warning has been issued in the O'Keene area. Hitchcock, it moved through Hennessy, is now in the Covington area. Still a tornado warning on this with possible rotation in the Covington area, moving to the east and northeast at 25 miles per hour. So we're looking at mile markers 182 to 201 on Interstate 35, which is in that Perry area. That's where we got our own Timmy Albertson heading here to try to get out and around this storm and the rain to see if we can get some video footage of it. But again, we've got a tornado warning there for areas along I-35 to the west of Perry.
And it seems like the tornado warning that's down east of Custer City is still happening. I don't know if there's much else to report other than that. I mean, that at least. Yeah, I'm like the velocity doesn't look nearly as strong as the one that was in Hennessy and north, but there is possible rotation.
Just switch the radars from Enid to Oklahoma City there to see if distance made some difference.
Yeah, man, that one that's now like in like the Douglas area looks really impressive on the velocities. And honestly, you know, where actually Timmy's going to be, I mean, if this continues its path, he's pretty close to where it may end up.
And I believe Timmy Albertson, are you there with us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, and hopefully the audio's a bit better. You'll have to pardon me. I can't put the window down because the sirens are going off here. I'm just outside of Perry in a random parking lot here, past a few storm chasers, but right now what you're looking at is a lot of lightning. And that rotation is just a few miles off from where I am.
Yeah, you're close to it.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to have to get moving here in about a minute, but I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a look. See the beautiful lightning show we got developing here. And actually, it's really cool here. If I back up a little bit, you'll get kind of a really nice view of the kind of the storm. See it there? That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to move a little bit. But just so you know, the location in that shroud of lightning.
Which way are you going to go? South? Towards?
I'm going to actually go closer towards Perry.
Okay.
Because, you know, as it starts to get dark, I don't want to get too far from the interstate.
Right. Okay.
Especially with this thing moving in. So, you know, this is probably going to be about the, wow, that's a beautiful storm. I mean, I wonder what this thing looks like from far away.
How far north of Perry are you?
Oh, I'm not north of Perry. I'm at Perry. The interstate's about a mile off to my east.
Okay.
So, what do you think, Chris? Has it lived up to be your expectations?
Yeah, this storm has been, we've had lots of different reports. We never really could see a good picture of it because it was so rain wrapped. But there was, at one time, there was at least 4 reports that came in when it was in the O'Keene area in Hennessy. So you're pretty much right out in front of it. It's heading towards Perry. So
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I got to get moving.
yeah, 182 to 201 is what they got on the interstate path.
180. Oh, the mile markers.
Yep,
Did you say those again?
182 to 201.
182 to 201. All righty. Well, that sounds like Perry.
It's heading towards Perry. Yes.
And
All
also,
right.
the actual I'm like the hook on it looks like it's starting to strengthen as well. It's starting to become more deformed. Actually, it looks more formed as it's moving its way toward Perry. So it looks pretty impressive on radar.
Fun times.
So get moving.
I am. It's just such a beautiful lightning show. Well, now you can't see it, but I can see it because it's flashing all up in the. Ooh, that was a nice one. Oh, yeah. Hey, anyone want to go to a hotel? Let's see what Perry's got to cover on a Monday night. Let's rock, Perry. What do we got? What do we got? We got gas is 285. Oh, dang, that's cheap. Isn't it sad that 285 is cheap?
Yeah.
Gotta make sure I fill me up here before I go. See a semi truck? Oh, he's in for a. If he's pulling over to go to sleep, man, he's in for a loud show.
That
We'll go.
it's kind of building. That little notch is, just
Yeah, it's going to the south more, and it's becoming more, formed toward Perry.
You guys probably have a better radar shot than I do. I see kind of 2 pockets of rotation. I see the one near Covington, and then I see another one that looks like it might be trying to develop near Orlando. Is that the same thing you guys are saying?
Yeah, it's starting to develop just north of Orlando. In my opinion, it's going to be, like north and west of Orlando, but it's getting close toward that area.
Why are these lights blue?
They're LEDs, I guess. I don't know.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say I was in Minneapolis. Because they have a lot of blue lights. I guess you'd have to be there to see.
Yeah, it's almost, it honestly looks like a butt on radar, but
God, why would you use that? We're talking about tornadoes, and you're going to go. It looks like a butt.
You're almost in the butt crack.
Oh, man.
Perry is going to be right in the notch.
Oh, is Perry? Oh, Pizza Hut. Are they open? No, they're closed. No, actually, they might be. No, they're closed. I think everything around here actually closed early because of the severe weather. They started doing that, I've noticed, after 2013 when that Moore, Oklahoma tornado happens. I noticed that they started closing things in advance. My uncle, he's down in he lives down in Oklahoma City, and so does my cousin. They all got dismissed from work early today because they once these watches and stuff are issued, they just go ahead and cancel everything. Kind of like what they do if it snows in Ohio.
Well, that's
all I think of that.
I mean, today, they really had strong language on this today, so it doesn't surprise me that places shut down. So, it was.
Was it our language or was it PG-13?
It was getting up there. It was getting up there for older listeners.
If we didn't have sponsorships to worry about, I can make so many weather references.
Yeah.
You know, like what PDS really stands for, you know, but anyways.
So yeah, I just put a tracker on this, Timmy, and the rotation that they've been talking about here, cool lightning. The rotation that they've been talking about here is headed towards Perry, and it should be there in about 10 minutes or so. It's about 10 minutes away from the Perry area. This rotation is. So this storm has a history of producing a tornado, an observed tornado on the ground that was rain wrapped, so it's difficult to see. Now we're seeing the velocity there tightening up a little bit more as it gets a little closer to Perry. So again, we're about 10 minutes away from that rotation going over Perry.
Well, here's where I am, so you have a little bit of reference. So what you saw, all those gas stations and everything, that was Perry itself. So I'm on the western edge of Perry, just kind of idling north a little bit because it looks like that original center of rotation is going to pass just a little to my north. I'm not going to go much further, but that way, in case that other rotation develops, I can turn around and get out of here.
Yeah, smart there.
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
But yeah.
Do everything you can, Timmy, to
Yeah, I'm probably not going to go much further here because, well, let's see here. According to my calculations, the rotation is about 7 miles away from me. I thought that was an animal for a second, but it was one of those high weeds. And then, of course, go figure. The only trees in Oklahoma, they got to be in my way.
There you go. And Timmy, as you're driving, you're finding a safe spot of the storm. Meteorologist Josh Gimbel is joining us. So hello there, Josh. Timmy is in the Perry area. We're watching this tornado warning storm head toward your directions. Timmy, did you say the sirens were sounding there in the Perry area when you went through?
They were, but they shut them off after a good while. But I mean, they blew them. Of course, second time that's happened to me today, Michael, where they've turned on the sirens right as I drive past it.
Nice and loud for you. There you go. With that, so yeah, that rotation is getting awfully close there to Perry, and so once you get Timmy, I'll let you kind of explain what we're looking at and what direction we're looking.
We're looking at a storm. So there's your supercell, ladies and gentlemen. You could see that beautiful structure on that. I wish I could. I wish the camera would do it justice, but it looks really pretty. It's kind of like a textbook looking thing. Now, I am just north of Perry, but I do agree that rotation down to the south is getting just a little close for me. So I'm going to head back to Perry slightly and then go a little bit to the east here and give this thing some room.
Yeah, be careful there, Timmy. And I just got a report coming in here that a storm chaser just got hit by this possible tornado here and got tossed into a ditch. And so be very careful. There is rotation with this thing and possible tornado on the ground that's heading towards that Perry area.
Yep. And that is why we are going a little bit to the east here. Because if I die, my fiance is going to be very, very mad. I'm not allowed to get injured.
This looking on radar here, this where this notch is and this bow out in front. I'm wondering if they got caught in that. That's got to be really strong winds right in there.
Yeah, and it's actually starting to really hit near Perry pretty much any minute now.
I know. It's why I'm getting out.
And like that actual well, yeah, I'm like the part that's actually further south, like that's actually northwest of Orlando, that has actually, become more actually form more into like an actual hook notch kind of look. It's actually looks like it's actually strengthened some in the
Oh,
last
yeah.
15 minutes.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. And because of that, we're going to see how quickly we can get out of here. But anyways, how are you guys doing?
I think we lost him.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're here? I thought you were asked the question.
Oh, yeah, I did. I said, how's your guys' evening going?
Oh, we are tracking storms, lots of them. So
Hey, so am I.
this one's been the best one. You're kind of in a iffy spot.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get out of it.
So anyway, like we said, we've been tracking this here since the O'Keene area. It's had multiple reports of tornadic activity. Michael just said we had a storm chaser get blown off a road into a ditch somewhere probably in this area, but around Perry. We got our own Timmy Albertson somewhere out here north of Perry, I think it sounds like. So again, this storm is going through Perry.
Yes, Nile.
And pretty much it's actually getting ready to cross the interstate.
Yes, Nile.
It's crossing it. So
Yeah, it looks like it's getting closer to passing the interstate there, and just to the south of Perry is kind of where we're seeing the rotation. Is that what you're seeing there on your radar, Chris?
yeah, that area south of Perry, it's kind of got the hook in it. It's got, that area is probably where we're looking at with the tornado potential. Again, in that can't remember my mile markers. It was 182, 201.
Yeah.
201's probably right here on this south end. That one.
Just head to the south of Perry there, and then on the north side, some extremely large hail, a hail core there on the north side there. So Perry's about ready to get hit one way or another with some hail, some gusty winds, and possible tornado.
I found the storm
And Timmy
chasers
is right there. Timmy, what direction are you heading right now?
East.
Okay.
Vostok. East.
So here's the hail core is to the east and north, or to the west and northwest of Perry. And then our rotation is to the south and west. So here we are. It's kind of moving through Perry and the interstate area as we speak.
So am I.
You're close. Almost too close.
Yes, Nile.
Yeah.
Well, we're booking it. I think the people in front of me have also realized where they are, and they are also booking it. Everybody, all of a sudden, has started going very quickly.
There we go. And just so you know, Timmy, for future reference, there is another tornado warning in South Dakota. So yeah, you could have taken a trip that wasn't as far away if you wanted to, and to see a couple tornadoes here. So just wanted to throw that out and let you know.
I'm good where I am. I'm good with this.
There we go. So yeah, Timmy and I were joking a little bit earlier, on the day of a high risk probability being issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And the first tornado warning of the afternoon came in South Dakota. And then the second one came in Tennessee. And so when that first one came out, Timmy and I were joking that neither of us had that on our bingo card today. And so when I just saw another tornado warning for South Dakota, I wanted to make sure that Timmy knew about it.
And then Tennessee was the second one.
That's correct. Yep. So we're just now seeing some with these storms really starting to develop in Oklahoma, and we continue to watch storms in the Kansas area to the west and also the north of Topeka. There are a couple cells that are tornado warned. One in the kind of west of Junction City looks like it's got some pretty good rotation to it. I don't know if you can see that on the radar there, Chris, as you're taking a look at that. But we do have warnings elsewhere, not just where Timmy's at in the Perry area. And Chris, what are you seeing there?
We got a tornado warning for northeastern Dickinson, Gary, northwestern Gary, southwestern Riley, and southeastern Clay County until 8:45. A tornado and $half size hail. Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud at 8:06 p.m. Train spotters 1 mile east of Abilene. So this cell does have a funnel being reported, a funnel cloud moving northeast at 45 miles per hour in that Abilene area. So if you're looking here on our radar, you can see Abilene this is in the Chapman area. It's just to the north and east of the interstate, and moving northeast, you can see the hook on the radar here. But we do have a funnel cloud that's to the north and east of Abilene, moving to the north, and it's moving pretty quick. So it went right through Abilene. It's moving towards Moonlight, is what they were reporting where it's at now, heading towards Stephen and Moreland there. So again, we're kind of in rural area, but we do have a funnel cloud just to the south and west of Fort Riley. So Junction City area, Fort Riley, this is pretty much all Milford Lake and military base out here. So again, it's just to the west of Milford Lake, the military base, and north of Chapman. A funnel cloud is being reported, and we got a tornado warning for till 8:45. There's also a tornado warning in the Westmoreland area, or to the north and east of Westmoreland, moving through Wheaton and Onega. Again, this is for another 13 minutes. We've got a tornado. This is Pottawatomie County, so Wheaton, the Onega area. We had let's see if this is radar indicated rotation. So we got 2 tornado warnings. One's got a funnel cloud. One's radar indicated in northeastern Kansas, in particularly the area to the west of Moreland, or the Milford Lake and the military base, Fort Riley. And again, we got tornadoes in Kansas as well as Oklahoma.
Yeah, so a lot going on there. Appreciate that tour of the radar there, and Timmy, as we were watching his feed here, he's coming back on right now. Let's see what he's got for us. But the area that wasn't getting as good cell coverage there. Timmy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. There you are. So, to my knowledge here, you're just to the east of Perry. Are you off 64?
Yeah, I'm right off 64. I'm going to head back on it here in a second. I'm sorry, I turned around because I thought you guys had lost me. And was going to show you this. I took some pictures, though, but I do have to get moving again. But I will go up another mile or so and see if can't get you guys a little bit of a view.
Yeah, sounds good there. Again, be careful. And then as you can see in your picture there, it's starting to lose daylight. And so things become a lot more dangerous at night, driving in itself, let alone a massive storm heading your direction.
Yeah.
There we go. And Chris and Nick, I'm not seeing the National Weather Service. They haven't not extended this tornado warning to actually include Perry yet. What are you seeing on the radar? What are you finding out? So it looks like the rotation is now over Perry right now. So it's just east of tornado warning Polygon.
Yeah, it honestly looks like the rotation is outside of the warning box, like you were saying, Michael. I think that the actual hook looks like, to me, like it's more for like areas that are, actually south of Perry, like we were saying. So it is interesting to see why they haven't really issued anything yet. But, actually then again, this cell, actually back when it was near like the Hennessy area, it was rain wrapped. So the tornado could be more inside the rain shield, like as well. So it's tough to say.
Yeah, and so just for those listening in right now, just know that don't let your guard down. Don't let your guard down with what's going on here. And so there remains the opportunity for a high-end severe weather event that will take place here tonight. The National Weather Service was trying to remind people all day long and remind people like us to communicate this information that as nighttime comes, that's when these storms are going to start getting stronger here. So they're going to start to move into an environment favorable for producing strong tornadoes, and an environment favorable for very large hail and some damaging winds. So don't let your guard down just because you're not hearing stories of powerful tornadoes so far today. Tonight is the main focus. So once that sun sets and darkness arrives, that's about that time frame when these storms are going to move into an environment favorable for some very severe weather conditions.
Yeah, Michael, I've been taking a look a little bit about that tornado warning and kind of the rotation and whatnot, and it's still kind of there. It looks like to me it's sort of rebuilding from what I can kind of tell. And it looks like that they just issued or is kind of issuing ahead of it. Actually, they kind of took it back, I guess. But to me, the rotation looked like, at least for a little bit, it was reorganized or kind of going away. But now it looks like a little bit, especially just outside of Perry, I'm starting to see a little bit more of a reorganization of that of area of rotation. It does look like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning ahead of all of this, and for basically I'm trying to think here. It's for West Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, and Pawnee County as well, for about basically it'll expire in about an hour or so, and it'll be until 9:15 Central Time. So, but it does look like that is reorganizing a little bit according to what I see, because it did for a small bit just kind of have it just looked like it just kind of closed up. But now it looks like that sort of, again, that those reds and greens kind of coming together again are kind of coming back. And so I think kind of a funny coin term, which I don't think really works in reality, but the coin term from Twister would be sort of back building, if you would. It's not really doing that, but it's a term that is just kind of fun to use. Back building as in reorganization of the storm, and I feel like that's exactly what it's doing. And Michael, you're right. Once the sun goes down, the environment will still stay relatively energized, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. The sun is going down, but the energy is still there, and it's just reorganizing, if we would. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it continues on for the next, I'd say, several minutes or so, and seeing if this really does organize to where they'll see another tornado warning.
Yeah, Josh, and I don't know if you can see the screen right now, but you're starting to see, there are about 5 or 6 supercells that have kind of formed together here, aligned. And so that's going to kind of change the equation of what we were thinking about earlier. We're expecting some supercells to possibly develop to the south and west of this line here. But we're also going to see, and we see this in some of the models, some supercells developing out ahead of the system here. And so and for you, Nick and Chris here, with that, what are the expectations of some of these supercells developing out ahead of this line that has formed? Are they going to be in a position to where they become tornadic, or are we mainly focused on this line and then what develops to the south of it?
from some of the model data I was looking at earlier, it seemed like that area, it would keep enhancing and kind of shift kind of more of an east track as it got towards Tulsa. So it was still showing some that same area where that cell is developing, potential for some severe weather in that area to the north and west of Tulsa. So I wouldn't let my guard down on those ones that are popping up to the north and west of Tulsa of potentially becoming supercells themselves with the large hail and with maybe an isolated tornado, at least through 10 o'clock here tonight.
Yeah, I would actually, I mean, I would say like in terms of what's out front, I would say, like there actually needs to be like some attention to that. But as we've seen, the theme so far this evening, as we've seen, is that these cells, they are, they are actually isolated, but then what ends up happening is they end up merging together to form a squall line. So I think that we, obviously need to pay attention out front, but I think that what's going to be interesting is that this development out front is maybe going to merge with the squall line behind, and that's going to, become more actually chaotic, like in my opinion.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, good information there. So yeah, we'll continue to watch these storms make their way east there. Obviously, you see the large severe thunderstorm warning and several others here with that. So definitely some gusty winds here out ahead of this system, and as well as we're getting reports of some large hail embedded in these storms here. And then we still have some broad rotation that we're seeing just to the east of Perry right now. And so this area right in there, and then we continue to monitor here to the south and west of this line here of potentially new supercells to develop. And as they develop here, you can kind of see here in the purple, this line right here. All right, inside this is the high risk area. And so we're National Weather Service was talking today that we're going to see a nocturnal event in part of Oklahoma here. And this is it. This is what we're seeing with it. So as these storms start to develop, they're going to start developing in an atmosphere that's very conducive to producing some severe weather here. So don't anybody let their guard down, thinking that nighttime's coming and the severe weather threat's going to lessen. Josh, if you're still there,
Yep.
We've been talking about this is day one of a 3-day severe weather events that we're taking a look at. And tomorrow, it's moving closer. Tomorrow it'll be in the Ohio Valley, and then Wednesday looks like it might actually become the biggest threat of the 3 days with a larger possible outbreak, including a good chunk of the country here. What are your thoughts? What are you looking at for the next couple of days?
Well, so I've actually was talking all day long to my students about this because this was definitely something that I have my eye on for sure, especially in the Indiana area. But obviously, the focus today has been Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa. But as you said, this system is going to be moving to the east, and so as I was looking at some of the models this morning. It looks like, at least for Indiana, in the Ohio Valley area, we're going to see 2 rounds. I haven't looked at the data recently, but from what I saw, we'd see 2 rounds. One is going to show up in the more of the morning to midday hours, where it'll kind of be more of a line that will push through, and that'll be more of what was left over from this morning or from tonight out here in Oklahoma and Kansas and Missouri and all those other states. And so that's going to slide in at first. And then later on in the evening, towards the evening hours, we're going to see some pop-up showers and thunderstorms push through, and that will give us some severe potential. Wednesday, on the other hand, is a whole different story. It's basically everything's going to happen more in the evening hours, and it looks like a bigger threat. Right now, the National Weather Service, and I'll go ahead and pull up the outlook that the National Weather Service has up here because I figured that would be something we could real quick talk about. Let me get that up here. Let me actually give me a moment here. I forgot since I'm using one screen, I got to pull this out into a different tab so that way it doesn't interfere. Give me a second. It's one of the struggles of just working with one camera or one computer screen at the time. But that's okay. Let's see here. Let me get out of that. I don't know why it's not doing that for it.
We'll get that on the screen there, and then.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right. So there you go. So this is for. First off, I'll go back to day 2. So this is for tomorrow. The Ohio Valley, you've got a lot of slight risk for severe weather for the majority of the area of some parts of Illinois, Kentucky, most of Ohio, and the entire state of Indiana. We do have an enhanced risk for severe weather, actually in the northeastern parts of Indiana and the western parts of Ohio. Our percentages for tornadoes tomorrow will be most of the state for Indiana, 5%. You've got 2% pretty much around the Ohio Valley, but then you've got this hash mark of 10%. And that's kind of the area we're going to have to watch out for is northeastern Indiana and Ohio. And really, it's crazy to think about this, but not too long ago, a couple months ago, we had tornadoes in that area that I think hit Winchester, Indiana, and a couple other areas in Indiana and Ohio, and did some significant damages there. So these are the same section and areas that are going to be possibly hit tomorrow. And so that's something we're going to have to look into, and hopefully nothing happens. But this is something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on. Obviously, wind and hail. The hail is also going to be a big key here tomorrow as well. Lots of, the whole state, pretty much of Indiana and parts of Ohio are definitely going to be under the gun of possible hail. And so that's something we're going to have to watch out for as well. But Wednesday is kind of the big story, really, because we've got already 2 days out an enhanced risk for severe weather for bits of the Ohio Valley, as well as part of the kind of the Tennessee Valley, Arkansas, going down to a little bit of a Missouri area. So it's really going to be interesting to see what's going to happen on Wednesday, especially in this area here. The probability of severe weather, it's very quite broad right now. So one of the things we're going to have to look at is model data, and also just in general seeing what the National Weather Service is going to offer for tomorrow, and seeing what some of those specific categorical things are going to happen. And again, looking at data is going to be the big key. But I'm anticipating, I think, Michael, you showed me, I think a day or two ago, kind of a sounding from the Bloomington area, which I'm assuming would have been probably a sounding from probably the data from Illinois a little bit, but also just a sounding in general. And it looked like that data is showing some pretty good indication that we'll probably see some severe weather for sure, especially down in that area. And so that's, again, it's going to be, we're going to have to watch out for those areas, and we're going to kind of have to be alert as well on those. So basically, we're under the gun. I think there's going to be about 3 rounds, at least in Indiana, 3 rounds of severe weather, or possibility of severe weather and showers and thunderstorms in the next couple of days. And so it's something we're going to have to watch out for. And just keep, as we've all talked about, just keep here to America's Weather streaming channel, because we're going to keep you up to date as much as we can on the newer, as the system pushes farther to the east, because it's a fairly slow mover too. That's what I've noticed with this. It's a fairly slow mover, so that's why we're going to see some possibilities of severe weather tomorrow as well as Wednesday.
Yeah, appreciate that, Josh. And so, so tonight, right now, we've got some tornado warnings in South Dakota, Minnesota area, as well as in Nebraska, and then down into Kansas. And then, ironically, right this second, we don't have any tornado warnings in the high-risk area with that, but that area is just getting started here that we've been talking about. And so I know storm chasers are kind of repositioning themselves to areas more favorable for the storms here. So really, they're just waiting for a supercell to develop, south and west of that line there. And then once that develops, all the ingredients are there for a major severe weather event with that storm. So that's kind of what we're taking a look at right now. And Josh, I think I need to close out my Radar Omega so you can use it. If I
I actually am using it currently, so
Okay.
I'm not getting blocked by any means. So I don't know what the deal was the other night, but apparently I was using it.
I'll
All right,
still
well,
go
I'm
and check that one
guys.
too.
I'm
Hey
gonna head.
Nick, thanks for joining us tonight. Big
Hey,
help.
take care, Nick.
Thanks. See you guys. Stay safe.
See ya. You as well.
Awesome. Have a good one there. So let me pull back up here the radar screen that we're taking a look at here. With that. And so Manhattan got hit by a storm a little bit earlier. When I say hit, the storm went through there with that. And so the Kansas State area rotation went right over campus.
Oh, wow.
Any reports from that? Just to the west here, there's another storm that's developed in the Milford area. And so putting on the velocity here, that rotation is, right over that Milford area right this second here. So it was not as well defined as it once was, but there's still definite some rotation showing up on the radar with the southern part of this storm here. So if you're in the Milford area, you're under tornado warning, and the rotation is right above you, so you need to be taking shelter right now. Get underground if you can, if you've got a basement, an underground storm cellar or something like that. Otherwise, get to the bottom of a Timmy Albertson is communicating with me here, and it distracted me for a second. But yeah, get to the lowest floor of a sturdy building and get as many walls between you and the exterior of the building as possible with that. And so tornado warning for that area. And then zooming back out here in the Auburn area of Nebraska, let's take a look here at the velocity and see what we can find.
It really doesn't look like there's too much in the way of rotation in that storm, because I'm looking at that right now as well, and it doesn't really look like there's too much. There might be a little bit, just a little bit north of Auburn, but nothing really in significant enough to, it looks like it kind of closed up a little bit. Well, I kind of see it a little bit after this latest one, but it's not really that significant whatsoever. I think it's kind of petering out a little bit.
Exactly. With that there, and then moving our way to the north here, I'm kind of looking at radar and my phone here with Timmy communicating with me. He's now south of Morrison on US 177. He's letting the storm pass a little bit before heading back toward the Perry area with that. And so let's see. So we got a line of storms in the South Dakota, Minnesota area. With that, and you can just see some possible spin-ups with a couple of storms in the view here, and then there's another one right above this. I'll move the radar. Not seeing as much there, but
one that's just a little bit south. It's definitely the. So yes, same there with the. You can see those little notches there. Indicated with that line of storms, so that definitely indicates a little bit of rotation there, which makes sense with why the National Weather Service warranted those warnings. And but it looks like the most well-defined is definitely the one that's southeast of Jasper, and so that's something that definitely keep a watch. But the other two are still pretty evident. So if you're in the just a little bit southwest of Jasper, definitely need to make sure you take cover of that. It's going to be crossing, looks like State Road 12, I would imagine, or it reached Road 12 there. If you're in the vicinity, I'm trying to look at my own radar and taking it in motion here. So if you actually are in Trotsky, that would be, you would need to make sure you're taking cover here, as well as just a little bit outside, the warning box is a little bit outside of I think it's Island, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That one, you need to make sure also taking cover, because it looks like the area of rotation could be kind of scooting along in between those two areas there. So making sure again that you're taking cover in these areas, because it definitely looks pretty well defined there to have something possibly in that vicinity area there. So it is radar indicated, so there's no reported tornado, but again, I feel like the rotation is pretty well defined compared to the other. Although I will say the one that's just a little bit north here, right below the other tornado warning, kind of south west of Pipeston, that one definitely has some starting to form that rotation. So again, as you're saying, Michael, as the night is progressing here, no matter if it's even up here or even down in Oklahoma, things seem to be ramping up a little bit.
Yeah, they are. And down here in Oklahoma, we've got a new tornado warning to take a look at here. So we can see some rotation here in the just to the west of the Joseph H. Williams Tallgrass Prairie Preserve. In this area here, let me click on the link to give you some specific information with this. So, Sioux County in northeastern Oklahoma, tornado warning until 9:15. So just a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles south of Forker, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated tornado warning here, moving the east at 50 miles per hour. So we've been seeing a lot of these storms throughout the night, Josh, and as I say, Chris, moving pretty slow, 30, 35 miles per hour. This storm in particular is moving 50 miles per hour to the north and northeast. And so we kind of brought it up a little bit earlier. What would these storms out ahead of that line they were talking about, what were they going to do as they make their way to the north and east here? And you guys mentioned that, the potential for them to become severe was there. And we're seeing that with the storm right now. You're seeing the bottom part of the storm, with the tornado warning being issued here. So it's just to the south and west of Elgin. Again, moving north and east at 50 miles per hour. So a quick moving storm. In that, I'm not seeing a whole lot of towns here, so don't know exactly where we are in this, but getting heavy rain, most likely some hail in this area here. The rotation is down at the bottom part of the storm here, and as it makes its way north here, north and east, whatever city's in the hail core right now, once that kind of clears out, that's where the rotation is going to be right behind it. So it could be a 1-2 punch for this area.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of this stuff is starting to build as we were talking about a little bit earlier. You can even see the one storm that's just actually west of Tulsa, even though there's no warning on it right now. It looks like a special weather statement, but that was just nothing, just I'd say about 15 minutes ago, and now it's starting to build. So as you said, these storms are up in front of this line is starting to build and build and build, and now we've got some a tornado warning for that area and that you mentioned, and so we got to continue to monitor not only that area but also that, like I said, the area to the west of Tulsa, because that could also build up and potentially become tornado warned here in the next maybe 15-20 minutes or so. We'll have to see how it builds up, but that's kind of what that is. And I'm going to take a look at kind of the behind this line, as we were mentioning, kind of the south part of the line, because that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand, is that when there's usually a squall line, a lot of times what we do is we look at the kind of the southern part of the line, because a lot of times that will pop up some showers and storms, and those can definitely increase and become what we would call supercellular thunderstorms, and that can produce tornadoes. And so right now it doesn't really look like there's anything going on as we speak, but again, if we if it starts kind of building up, we'll have to kind of take a look at that. But the main storms right now look to be the line that we see that's just a little bit west of Stillwater and Pawnee and kind of those areas, but then kind of the individual storms that are head out in the line, just a little bit ahead of the line. The one that's heading looks like straight for Hominy, if I think that's how you would say it, or it's just going through Cleveland right now. We got to look at how that's going to build up, because it looks like it's really starting to build up a little bit. And honestly, the structure is starting to look like a supercell. It's building, but it's starting to look kind of like that traditional supercell. Now, again, we'll have to see. The line is getting closer to the back, so that could, the back of it, so it could end up just joining the line. But we'll just kind of have to continue monitoring. But again, that tornado warning just up there, right around just a little bit north of that Joseph H. Williams Tallgrass Prairie Preserve, is kind of the main focus there right now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised here. I don't know about you and how much you've looked into the setup here, but I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing a whole lot of storms start trying to fire up in this area down south of Oklahoma City. Again, that area is prime there, so it's almost like the atmosphere is ready. It just needs a storm to pop up here, and so we're not seeing that south of Oklahoma City right now. And also on the other end of that, another thing that's a little bit surprising to me, based on what we're reading and hearing about throughout the day here, is we're expecting more just supercells, not really coming together to form a line. Where most people in Oklahoma would not see any rain tonight. If you did see rain, it was probably going to be a supercell, potentially dangerous situation in that area here. And so, we saw 5 or 6 supercells, develop to the west and northwest of Oklahoma City. And now that's kind of, they joined together there to form that line. And so I don't think that was totally expected there. So I'm wondering if that's, doing anything to the atmosphere. Is it doing anything to prevent, south of that? For storm development to the south of Oklahoma City. So just a couple of quick observations there that kind of surprised me a little bit based on what our thinking was going into tonight.
Well, currently I'm taking a look at some of the parameters, what's going on, what's predicted right now. And, of course, there's different, and this is something we actually talked about in class today. So there's different ingredients that are necessary for severe weather for things. And I'm kind of looking right now at kind of the different aspects of it, like wind shear, for instance, is a big key here. And overall, the wind shear is kind of primed and underneath there. Although at the same point, there's quite a lot of wind shear. And that's something I'm kind of wondering just a little bit, because I'm trying to... because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is that once you get to a certain threshold of wind shear, it's way too much for thunderstorm development. And I have a feeling that that's exactly what's going on right now. There's the fact that their shear might be just too much for that storm development right now for that to happen. Because the readings are roughly about 60 to 65 currently on bulk wind shear. And I think that could definitely play into factors that maybe there's just too much there. There's enough CAPE or convective available potential energy right now. Basically, if you don't know what CAPE is, you've probably heard meteorologists all the time talk about it. It's basically what I've described as the juice, the energy that storms can feed off of. It's not really necessary for storms like thunderstorms, but if you want severe weather, that's kind of what you look for is CAPE, and the CAPE, the amount of CAPE, which is joules, or at least as it's specifically named. I mean, there's like 4,000 to 4,500 joules of CAPE, which is so much enough for severe weather to be produced right now. And so, again, looking at the wind shear, that's kind of what I'm thinking is maybe there's too much. I'm going to do a bit more investigating in that, but I think that's what that's entailing there.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'm going to switch over here to the HRRR, and we can kind of take a look at what it's showing here. So this is 8 o'clock local time tonight, what it looked like there, and it's pretty spot on with that. And then goes to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock hour here, so 11 o'clock Eastern. And so you kind of think that, that you're being the clear there, Oklahoma City and to the south of Oklahoma City. But watch what happens here as we get into 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. You've got some nasty storms here, and you turn on the sounding that you were just talking about here. That doesn't look good. Doesn't look good if you're under that storm there. So the potential there for severe weather is going to be there in the overnight hours here, and so definitely something that we need to keep communicating. Make sure that people in Oklahoma know that this is going to be a nighttime event. And hopefully we're wrong. Hopefully this is a huge bust in what we're saying here. That's what we want. However, the conditions are there, and we can't make that up. So the conditions are there. So if storms do develop, as this model here is showing, then severe weather is on the table in the overnight hours. So make sure that you have a way to receive weather warnings, preferably multiple ways to receive weather warnings, so that way you do get woken up if there's a warning for your area. Because again, strong tornadoes are expected tonight. Again, we've been talking about usually when nighttime comes, that severe potential decreases. Tonight's not one of those nights. The atmosphere is primed. It's got all the ingredients there. All it needs is a storm to develop, and it can become severe very quickly. So don't let your guard down, Oklahoma City, and go south of Oklahoma City. Do not let your guard down, because this is a serious situation going into tonight that you guys need to make sure that you're aware of and prepare for what's going to happen. So based on what happened, or what we just saw there on the model, taking a look at Oklahoma City right now, that line of storms there is going to be moving through the northern part of the state there. And again, we're expecting some additional storms to be developing to the south and west of Oklahoma City during the overnight hours tonight, Josh.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what I'm seeing as I'm kind of going through analysis a little bit. I kind of see a little bit more of what the models are talking about a little bit. Is just more of the predictions of, hey, that wind shear is going to be there for those storms. And so, yeah, I mean, it's completely out of the blue, but the ingredients are there. Are there for the sort of the redevelopment, if you would, of the more of the southern part of the storms there. So it definitely something we got to continue, monitor until that point happens. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on there with that, kind of looking at it. And again, I'm going to continue kind of looking at and analyzing some of the data just to be on the safe side and double checking that. But yeah, that's kind of what we expect there.
Yeah, and so I just moved the map up to the north here. Just wanted to check in on the tornado warnings up north, and we do have an update here. So the tornado warning for Lincoln, Pipestone, Moody, and Brookings County in Minnesota and South Dakota until 9:15. All right, this continues here. So just about 10 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pipestone National Monument, or 7 miles northwest of Pipestone, moving north at 55 miles per hour. So we got a fast-moving line of severe weather here. In that, and you can kind of see, or not kind of, you can see the rotation here. So just to the east of Ward, right, heading to the Verde and Lake Benton areas, this tornado warned storm is heading your way. So make sure if you're there or know anybody's there, please take shelter immediately. You do have this line of storms heading your direction, and a definite rotation showing up here on radar. And so again, radar indicated tornado warning. With this storm here, I was looking to see if there was any hail or wind reports with this. I'm not seeing that with that. So tornado warning storm here, the South Dakota, Minnesota border, and these storms are, the storm in particular is moving more to the northeast. Again, 55 miles per hour. So fast moving line storms heading your way. So again, if you're in the Lake Benton area, anywhere south of that, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for you.
Yeah, and all these, again, a lot of people are probably wondering, all right, how the National Weather Service saying a tornado warning? That doesn't make sense. They don't see the red and the greens. But sometimes with different radars, depending on the situation, especially when it comes to night, it switches over to different colors. And so, like for instance, for what we see on on the screen currently, you can see it a little bit more, and there's kind of you'll see those notches. That's what we look for, is the notches, and especially in this line of storms, you're going to be seeing those what we call inflow notches, basically where the air is coming inwards into the storm, and that's that air that's coming in. All the different warm, moist air is coming into the storm, and so that's supplying the storm with energy. That's what we look for, is those notches, especially on the velocity radars, and so that's where we get these tornado warnings. It's not so much of the red and greens; it's more of the, hey, where these notches are at, and especially with a line like this, that's what we look for.
Yeah, absolutely. And just following this tornado warning here in southwestern Iowa, storm here. So again, that notch you're seeing here east of Glenwood, heading towards the Silver City area, with that there. And Timmy Albertson who's out chasing some of the storms right now in Oklahoma, is going to be joining us here shortly, and we can kind of touch base with him and see what he's been seeing so far today and what he was playing for us tonight. Again, chasing at night's not the safest thing to be doing, being dark outside. And so we'll kind of touch base with him most likely for one final time for today before he starts heading back to his home there with that. And then let me go back down here, check in on this system here to the east of Wichita. And see what we got. So we got Elk County and how do you say that? I don't know. Chattanooga County in southeastern Kansas until 9:30, and then severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles west of Elgin or 10 miles south of Cedar Vale, moving northeast of 45 miles per hour. So quarter-size hail and possible rotation, possible tornado with the storm. So again, where the reds and greens come together, we're seeing it here, kind of on the western part of this polygon here, the tornado warning polygon. With this, and so let me put this in motion here and kind of get a sense of what we're seeing here. So we're looking at that, so it's kind of developing there. So I think this warning probably
definitely looks like it's definitely look like it's pretty organized right there, and even the one to the south that looks like it's kind of starting to organize a little bit further, which is why they got that tornado warning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we just read about was most likely this one right here moving north and east, but this is just developing right now. It's got some pretty good rotation with it right now. So let me take off all my scribbles there and let's take a look at the reflectivity. So it's kind of right in the middle there of that system. So the two storms are kind of merging together, and we're seeing that rotation there on the west side of the line, so east of Cedar Vale. So if you're anywhere in this polygon, especially in the south or western part of this polygon, make sure you're taking shelter right now. We do have 2 areas of rotation that's heading your way. So enact your emergency plans if you're in this area. Again, a couple of areas of rotation that we're seeing in this tornado warning. So one right here, and again, some pretty good rotation here to the north and east of Cedar Vale.
It does look like we do have a new tornado warning. If you'd like to scoot the radar down towards the Oklahoma City area, it does look like we got a new tornado warning in effect for basically southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Blaine County, and also northeastern Canadian County in central Oklahoma. This is till 9:45 Central Time. Basically, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Greenfield, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Tornado could possibly be there along with $half size hail. And then this is basically radar indicated rotation. So make sure that if you're in the path of this area, that would be just again a little bit just southwest. It looks like the radar did move there. It looks like just basically crossing. It looks like a road 8 there, if you would there. If you're in the pathway of this, which it looks like there's not a lot of towns, but I believe it'd be Uckery. I believe that he would pronounce there. You're in the pathway of this tornado or for this radar indicated tornado warning. So please make sure that you enact your safety plans. Make sure you seek shelter immediately. And if you're in a mobile home, please make sure you get out and find a safer place to be. So basically just a little bit south, actually straight south or southeast of Greenfield. And again, it's moving to the east, northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So it's kind of lower speed here. So it's going to take its good old time across the county here, but that's kind of what the tornado warning is all about there.
Yeah, so kind of zooming in on this here, definite rotation on the side here. I'm going to click on the storm chaser here. Let's see if we can't see any video. Again, dark out, so very tough situation to see anything, very dangerous situation for the chasers who are out there. But we've been seeing a lot of lightning with these storms, and so we're hoping maybe that'll brighten up the sky here so we can see exactly what we're looking at.
It's a little tough to make out, but I mean, with the flashes, you can kind of see bits of cloud structure. I don't know if those are trees that he's passing through to the right side, but I feel like yeah, those are trees. Never mind.
I'm going to move this over so we can see what we're looking at.
So he's just well, honestly, not I wouldn't, not the best position. I would love to be a little bit more east of this thing, because he's about ready to be smack dab right in the middle of the rotation, which is something you really don't want to be at. It obviously, it looks like there's a couple of vehicles stopped over to the road here, according to look at his stream. So he's just kind of getting right in there, which, I mean, for chaser myself, I wouldn't be in that situation. That's just me.
Right.
Especially at night. I just wouldn't want to be there. No offense to him, but it's just it's just getting a little too close for me.
Absolutely. So it looks like he's found the rain there. So he drove right in.
Yeah. Trying to take a look myself here. Yeah, the rotation's definitely pretty well defined. There also looks like there's another area. It's more of a broader rotation in the corner of that tornado warning box there, but it's a little bit more on the broader side. But definitely looks like there is still some rotation there in that corner. So two areas. I tell you what, these storms are definitely areas are there's a lot of areas that seem to be forming these inflow notches and just kind of sucking in that air for these storms. And well, lo and behold, I was right. If we go a little bit more to the north and west of this, you can see the tornado warning for that storm that we were talking about earlier, with the one that was in Cleveland, that just passed through Cleveland, kind of going for Hominy there in Oklahoma. Looks like that tornado expires on 9:40, or it'll be until 9:45 p.m. Central Time, southeastern Osage County and also Pawnee County. Looks like it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Carlton, moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So that storm is now tornado warned completely. So clearly a lot of tornado warnings kind of popping up here. And again, we were talking about this with the storm, that we had to watch out for it. And lo and behold, it's turned into kind of more of a supercell thunderstorm here. And yeah, you can kind of see the rotation there just a little bit south of Cleveland. Not really too, well defined, but it's definitely there to warrant that issue of that tornado warning.
Yeah, absolutely. And then to the storm, the tornado warning storm to the north there, we're still seeing a couple of areas of rotation here, in here, and then another tornado warning just came up here to the north of Call City. So we're seeing the rotation there with those storms. So you're right, the storms are starting to develop here. Storm just to the east of Omaha here, not seeing the broad, but it must be in that line there, a brief spin up. In there, and then up to the north and east of Sioux Falls. We've got a couple tornado warnings now. We've been watching this line for a while, in the Holland area and then to the south of Chandler areas. So quite a bit going on right now, all the way from Minnesota down to Oklahoma in the high risk area. So trying to see, let's get a little closer here.
It's kind of interesting because if you actually look at all the radars combined into one here, just looking at all of them together, I mean, it's just this one long line of just showers and storms that is forming along the flow of this low pressure system that's centered in the North Dakota area, Montana area, and even parts of Canada, and just kind of spinning with that. So these are just kind of that huge line there that's just part of that whole low pressure system that's kind of pushing slowly but surely to the east, and it's just it's going to take a good while because it's just really slow.
Yeah, absolutely there. And yeah, just taking a look at that line there. Yeah, so several tornado warnings. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That picture right there that I see, tornado warning storms there. And again, this the atmosphere is primed for these storms to pop up and become severe. And those of you in Oklahoma City and south of Oklahoma City, don't let your guard down over the next few hours. It's going to be extremely important that you stay weather aware because more storms are going to be developing in your area.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we as we've said multiple times, can't let our guard down. We got to continue to keep alert, keep weather aware. If you got a weather radio, make sure that you have that on tonight. If you're in the Oklahoma City area, along with just any area really in Oklahoma at this point, in central Oklahoma, make sure you got your weather radio ready to go. You know, and that it's not just for Oklahoma as well. Make sure it's, you know, in you know, Iowa or South Dakota, or even, well, right now it looks like that it's entered Minnesota area now with these tornado warnings. So you got to continue to be alert for all these. And you know, the Storm Prediction Center did a pretty good job of overall of really centering the kind of the area, the high risk area in Oklahoma. However, I think there's been quite a few storms, as we've mentioned earlier, that have kind of popped up just randomly in some of these areas. And again, it's just, I believe the way the low pressure system is moving, and kind of how it's moving northeast, and or even north perhaps, and that kind of direction of just dragging all of that, it is kind of creating these sort of spin ups, if you would, in these notches as it's continuing to move forward. So, and again, it's happening all through this area. And so just stay alert and keep it more with not only your weather radio, but also just keep it here to America's Weather streaming channel as we continue to keep things updated for you throughout the next couple of hours.
Yeah, definitely here. And so, yeah, we'll continue to watch these storms and see how things develop here. And I was just checking some notes here to see if we had any reports of any damage or any actual confirmation of any tornadoes on the ground at this moment. I'm not seeing any, so that's good news with that here. And our teammate out in the field in Oklahoma right now, Timmy Albertson, he's working on finding an area where he's got some cell phone reception and that's safe. To be able to communicate with us one final time today. He's been out and about throughout the high-risk area in Kansas and Oklahoma, chasing these storms, and he's been bringing us some really neat footage. And you know, we're real excited for his efforts and what he's able to bring to us today. So really proud of that. And you know, we've got a full team of meteorologists who work hard each and every day. You know, with you know, what we see on YouTube here at myweathernow.com, and if you go to Weather Valet, if you want basically your own meteorologist, and ask what your weather related questions for you personally, you know, when's it going to start raining at my house, or will I see any severe storms, or it's all about me. You can ask that to us as, you know, a group of meteorologists, and you can get a timely response. You know, as accurate as possible. So an exciting time for us and for our business here. And so far, what we're hearing and what we're seeing, we haven't seen or hear about any damage or injuries or anything like that. The storms that have taken place so far, but knock on wood, we still have several hours to go, and this is where it's going to be most intense. So lots going on, you know, here at America's Weather streaming channel, and with Weather Valet. And with what's going on here with, you know, Chris and Nick leading our coverage since about 4:30 today. And, you know, Josh taking over here, and Timmy out and about exciting times for us, and as we continue to start up, to grow, and but we do have a serious situation going on tonight with a high risk area of severe weather. It's not something that the Storm Prediction Center puts out very often, but it's here. And so far, like I said, knock on wood, that we haven't had the reports of major damage or any injuries. But again, we got to stay vigilant here, especially if you're in the area where there's a tornado watch. So everything you see on the screen there in yellow, you're a tornado watch. And so don't let your guard down. Make sure you have a way to receive weather warnings throughout the night, especially as you're asleep.
Yeah, absolutely. Just making sure that you continue sticking with us and continue making sure that you get your weather, your weather notifications and everything. And again, weather radios are the best way to do it. But if you don't have one, again, making sure that your phones are charged and make sure you have them, off of silent, really, if you think about it, to be safe, on the safe side, in case if it just goes straight to vibrate. But if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these phone notifications from the National Weather Service and other things will, no matter if it's on silent, it will still sound. And so, but can't quote that for me, but I think that's kind of what's going on here. So I'm just kind of taking a look around, because I know you have your radar up right now, but I'm just kind of taking a look around, see if I'm seeing anything kind of new, different, or whatnot from any of these storms. And it looks like it's kind of just staying about the same. Again, this whole system is moving super slow, and that's kind of one of the big things here, is that with all the energy, that's kind of, the energy is more kind of the focus here. It's not so much of how fast they're moving in the lift mechanism. It's just literally, it's slow, the energy is there, it's primed and ready to go, and the atmosphere is kind of like that. And so that's why we're getting these things, these storms, even though they're moving slowly, we're still getting those storms. And then that's kind of the big key, because a lot of times with frontal systems, you'll get, if they're moving fast, you do get stronger storms sometimes. But because this is a slower system, there's other factors that go into play with this. And then I think the energy is definitely one of the biggest keys there, is the atmosphere is primed for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to get a hold of Timmy here to see what his time frame was there. With that, Josh, you want to put up your radar on the screen here?
Sure, absolutely. I can do that.
Yeah, I can do that here. I'm going to check here. So tornado warning does continue for Hominy, Bardsdale, and Prue, Oklahoma counties in Oklahoma until 9:45 local time. With that there, tornado warning continues for Okarche County in Oklahoma until 9:45. With that there, so we still see some intense supercells, and a serious situation going on. We've got multiple tornado warnings just in Oklahoma itself, but also all the way up to Minnesota. And so we got a lot of active weather going on right now. And again, this is just day one of a possible 3-day severe weather outbreak in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, this kind of basically stretches, and I'll put it in motion. This stretches from basically North Dakota all the way down to Oklahoma. I mean, this is part of just one big system where the low pressure system is right in this area here, and then actually, let me erase that. Let me do it justice by putting actually some red in there. No, that's not the right red I'm looking for here. There we go. So red low pressure system. There we go. That's where we want to have it there. And so that's big low pressure system is just kind of slowly but surely churning around this way, and it's just dragging all this moisture up. And a lot of this moisture is originating from basically the south. You're getting the Gulf of Mexico. And a lot of people say, well, how does it work? Well, it's just airflow. All this airflow is flowing upwards this way and is gathering that. I mean, you can even see that here in Oklahoma. As you zoom just a little bit out, you can see all this airflow is coming from the Gulf of Mexico this way, and it's producing all of this moisture that's that you see on the screen. And so that's kind of where you see those. So I always like giving just kind of an overall view of everything, since we were talking about multiple areas here. But again, kind of giving more of a focus on Oklahoma. It looks like that one. Let me go back to reflectivity here. It looks like the one in kind of just a little bit south of Hominy. That looks like almost a full-on like textbook. Well, it really is a textbook supercell thunderstorm here. You can easily see that. You can see the hook right here indicating that there could be a possibility of tornado because that's where your rotation is. You got kind of that forward part of the storm here, which most likely you probably see some either rain or hail. So if we kind of take a look at that, let me real quick let's see. So yeah, the hail would be kind of like it right in this vicinity area here. So you can kind of see that a little bit there. Most likely this radar, this particular part's just a little bit early because it looks like this is at 10 o'clock. So this is a little bit later, so it's probably moved up to here at this point, but that's where you would see that. So I know sometimes the vertically integrated liquid can be a little bit behind compared to what it would be, so it's a little bit farther north here. But there's that rotation there. That's pretty blatant rotation. I might add here. Let me go ahead and put that on here. So you can kind of see that blatant rotation there. That's where that focus is. So, so tornado warning continues for that area until roughly about 9:45 ish. It looks like there has been another tornado warning that was just issued. Well, it was just issued. It did pop up there in that area. Basically for another 30 minutes or so in Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma till 9:45 Central Time. It also looks like that's a tornado warning is also up here will expire in 15 minutes for southeastern Elk and Chautauqua counties. And I apologize if I mispronounced that. But that's kind of what those areas there.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick because we do have a confirmed tornado now on the ground in northeastern Oklahoma. So this is the Hominy, Barnsdall, and Prue.
Okay.
On the ground there. So this is no longer indicated. Tornado on the ground there. Look at that. You can see that there on the velocity.
That is absolutely clearly defined velocity right there, folks. It's clearly defined with the red and the green right there. It looks like there's a confirmed tornado right there. If you're in the vicinity, it just literally is southeast of Hominy, moving what looks to be northeast, and roughly about let's check that out there. Roughly about 45 mile an hour. So they're starting to pick up a little bit in pace, but it does make sense because this tornado or this storm is kind of still individual right now. It's not part of the line. But if you take a look at that again, textbook supercell thunderstorm here. Again, you've got that hook echo there that indicates the rear flank downdraft, if you would, kind of spinning around here. In this inflow notch here, you've got where you've got basically where you get the winds here. See, that's where you're going to see that tornado, which would be right around in this vicinity area here. So it looks like it's confirmed tornado there. So if you're in that just a little bit southwestern or southeast of Hominy, it looks like there's not really any towns and communities here in that area. But if you're in that vicinity, moving northeast, making sure that you're ready to go. Barnsdall would be one place you'd take a look at, along with also, from what I can tell, Winona could be also. Well, it looks like Barnsdall would be in the vicinity now. If you're in Barnsdall, please make sure you seek shelter immediately. You're going to start to see some rain here very shortly, and don't let your guard down on that. Along with also, you'll probably be seeing possibly some hail as the hail core will be going over your area. But it's that tornado that we're worried about the most there. So again, it's not radar indicated anymore. It is confirmed tornado on the ground. And again, this just makes a lot of sense, especially looking at that velocity. Again, looking at how that is. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's just absolutely blatant. Rotation there. Absolutely. Let's take a look and see if we can find any type of. Let me see if the correlation coefficient is on here by chance, and see if we got anything, any debris or whatnot. It's kind of, you can see kind of a little bit of a well-defined there, a little bit area there. So it's clear that there's something there. I think actually that little circle there probably represents that tornado That's right there, folks. So right in this vicinity area there, that would concur with everything that's going on. So confirmed tornado in this area right now. And again, if you're in that area, please seek shelter immediately, as this is confirmed. And heading towards Barnesdale, in between Barnesdale and Winona, well, actually just Barnesdale. So make sure that you're seeking cover immediately if you are in that vicinity area there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can get any information about this storm here. So the National Weather Service hasn't put anything out, and then I'm not seeing any storm chasers on radar Mega in that area to be able to do that. And even if
Well,
we
it does look like there is. It looks like there is one that's popped up that's kind of in Cleveland. I'm not. I mean, it looks like obviously they're kind of far away from it. I don't know if they have anything going on or not, but you can always take a look. Oop. See if they've got some stuff going on here. It's just
looks like
obviously dark, very hard to see, but clearly, I don't know if that was loud. I apologize if that was loud or whatnot. But again, clear, well-defined supercell thunderstorm right here. So what we were talking about earlier, about an hour earlier ago, that this was kind of what was going on and what was happening there is kind of that whole ordeal there. That tornado or this storm would eventually form up, and so yeah, it's definitely done that. I mean, looking at the velocities, I mean, absolutely. Oh, yeah, there's got to be some type of tornado there because it looks like the velocities have kind of ramped up here in this area. So clearly, there's got to be something there. Of course, it's again, we've got it confirmed, but it's definitely still there. Probably from what I can tell, based upon the velocities, it's probably tossing. I hate to say this, but it's probably tossing some debris based upon just what I can see there. Yep, I mean it's clear. There's definitely a tornado on the ground for sure. Right there. So yeah. So yeah, definitely something that we're continuing to look at here, folks. So this is probably the more prominent storm that I've seen so far tonight, other than the one that was in Oklahoma not too long ago. That kind of dissipated. That was part of this line here, but that was pretty well defined here. You can take a look a little bit into other areas since we're still in Oklahoma focused here. Let's take a look at the radar here for this one. So there's still a little bit of rotation with this one. They slimmed down the tornado warning for this. You can kind of see where the rotation would be at. Not sure exactly how well defined this is. Let's take a look to see. And it's hard to tell sometimes because, of course, a lot of these are on the edge of radars, kind of the edge of it, and so it's really tough sometimes for us to discern exactly what's going on with some of these storms, especially with velocity scans and all that good stuff. It's one thing I really wish the National Weather Service or any other company would somehow invest in what I would kind of call like radar boosters. So, or even other radars, so we could actually tap into that, because I called this like no man's land, and it's just really tough for meteorologists to really look at that type of stuff. But that tornado warning expires in about 23 minutes, so that, and it kind of slimmed down there. Looks like
update here from the National Weather Service. So just about 2 minutes ago, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles southeast of Hominy, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. The National Weather Service says this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. So if you're in the path of the storm, there is a damaging tornado. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, a large damaging tornado on the ground. So this is a life-threatening event right here. So the area that's circled, that's where the tornado is currently located, and it's moving to the north and east. So if you're anywhere in the red polygon there, you need to be taking shelter immediately. Again, we've got a radar confirmed tornado. All right, this is a particularly dangerous situation with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground just there to the east, northeast of the Hominy area in Oklahoma.
Yep, and they obviously changed the label on that to observed. So absolutely, that's kind of what's going on there. trying to kind of re-amp this a little bit here. So we've got that. Let me look at the velocities again. I mean, it's obviously pretty clear. This chaser's moving towards it, which, I mean, like I said, I personally, I've chased at night quite a few times, and it's a tough one. It's really, really dangerous. But this is a very dangerous storm. The velocities are definitely indicating that. Let's take a look at this, the reflectivity. But again, this is textbook supercell thunderstorm here, folks. I literally was just talking about this to my students today in class about supercell thunderstorms, and this is absolutely textbook supercell thunderstorm, where you have, again, here in this area is what we would call our rear flank downdraft, and that's where you would find a lot of times your hail, your rain, some winds here, or sorry, your forward flank downdraft, not your rear flank. I apologize on there. Forward flank downdraft. You have your rear flank downdraft down here, which kind of wraps around a little bit. But again, in this notch area here is where you have what is called your inflow. This is where you actually have warm air coming and getting into the storm itself, and it goes up into what we call the mesocyclone. And right around in this area here is where you're going to find your tornado. And that's basically where we're at here, folks, is that you clearly can see defined here, not the right one there, clearly defined. You can see that wrap around here. Now, it doesn't look as impressive as it once was a little bit ago, but still, it's right there. And I think what it is it's also edging towards the edge of some of these radar areas too, and it's running into different interference too. So it's we're just kind of getting into that area, but it does look like the rotation is kind of fading just a little bit, which is good news. So hopefully that didn't last too long, and hopefully it didn't destroy anything in its path on that. And but it's still well defined. You can easily see it, but it does look like, and let's go to kind of reflectivity here. It does look like that hook's kind of closing up just a smidgen, just a little smidgen here, because it was really wrapped around here, but it's still there. But it does look like it's kind of losing a little bit of that shape a little bit there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But there's still rotation there. Tornado warning continues for the next 20 minutes for southeastern Osage County. And again, this is a confirmed tornado, extremely dangerous tornado that was located 6 miles east of Hominy, moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation because of the fact it was a well-defined and observed tornado.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also getting a report of another observed tornado. This one is up in Iowa, and so it's to the north and east of Omaha. So there's only about 5 minutes or so warning, but we do have an observed tornado on the ground as of 9:20 local time. A confirmed tornado is located over Shelby, or 11 miles south and west of Harlan, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we've got a damaging tornado on the ground, quarter-size hail with this storm. So it lasts another 4 or 5 minutes here for this warning. So my assumption is if we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground here, that we're going to have a new tornado warning. I don't know if that's popped up yet on your.
It did in fact pop up there. Right now it says radar indicated tornado, but I'm assuming that rotation sort of kind of died out a little bit. But then again, it looks like it could be for another area of there, but I'm assuming it's just probably talking about the area that was talked about, the observed tornado there. But the tornado warning would be central Shelby County and southwestern Iowa till 10 o'clock central time, essentially there. And again at 9:24, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northeast of Shelby or 6 miles southwest of Harlan. So it's moving, actually I exited out of there, apologize on there. It is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. A second area of rotation capable of producing a tornado was located 2 miles southeast. So we've got 2 areas of rotation with this one. That's why they issued the tornado warning. Not only the one that we were talking about that was observed, but the one that's talking about where it's located 2 miles southeast of Portsmouth, also moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So these guys are booking it. Especially with storms moving 60 miles an hour, that is quick. So these things are going to be, up and at them really, really quickly. So again, quarter-sized hail as well as a tornado it could possibly be the threats there. So that would make sense why they issued the warning, not only for one area of rotation, but also another area as well. And so that expires in 10 o'clock Central Time. And of course, that's 11 o'clock Eastern Time for those who are watching who understand with Eastern Time. But of course, that local time would be Central Time there in Iowa.
Yeah,
But
and
I
as
tell
you
you,
away on the
so I
radar
tell-
there,
I-
we had a couple.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. Jessica Forsyth on the chat here. I'll put it up on the screen so we can see that here. Just asking about Carson and Traynor, Iowa, and so that line. So those cities are just south, or excuse me, due east of Omaha, so just south of where the tornado warnings are right now.
Okay.
And looks like the
There's-
that line forms
there's
is moving
Traynor.
through Traynor and almost completely through Carson there. So with that, so that you're not part of any of these tornado warnings right now, and the worst right now is moving off to the east.
Yeah, and I'm assuming probably as this line passed through, they probably experienced some winds kind of pushing outwards, especially since there's like a severe thunderstorm warning for those. So I'm assuming there were some strong winds that pushed through those areas. As to tornadoes, and no, there's no tornadoes in that area. Everything is all up north. As again, the system kind of pushes east northeast really quickly, around 50 to 60 mile an hour. So let's continue taking a look down at probably that tornado warning there for, well, it looks like that Barnesdale area. It looks like it did, the hook did in fact kind of sort of organize a little bit, just a little bit there. Let's take a look and see what the velocities are reading there. So yeah, it did reorganize a little bit further there. So you can kind of see, again, more of that, well, it looks like it kind of weakened just a little bit. So I feel like it's kind of just, it's still there. The rotation is still there and well defined. So there could be some interference with the radar. Again, that's what happens, especially at night with radars, is that you get a little bit of interference. But again, that rotation is still kind of sticking to it there. Looking up a little bit north, looks like that tornado warning there, and again, this is kind of a no man's land in between, but it doesn't really look like it may have been like from this area here, but it looks like there's not really much in the way of, unless if I'm looking at it wrong, I don't really see much in the way of any rotation. Well, no, it would be up here. Okay, I see where it's at. Hard to see sometimes, but it looks like right up in here is still kind of a little bit of rotation, but not that much. It looks like it's kind of weakening a little bit as we move forward. But again, this is probably the most intense tornado right now that we got on on the map currently for the tornado warning. And again, that was an observed tornado. It does expire in 14 minutes. The rotation is still well defined. It's again weakened a little bit, but it's still well defined. You can easily see on the radar, and so that's kind of on the screen there. So that's kind of what we're looking into. And again, this is southeastern Osage counties, and again, it was a confirmed tornado on there. So if you're in the damage path here, again, Barnesdale, we're still talking about you. It's going to be moving within the next 10 minutes right over your area. So please take cover immediately if you're in that area, because the rotation is still there. A tornado could possibly be there in that rotation currently. And let me take a look at the correlation coefficient to see if there's anything. And not a whole lot. I mean, there's a little bit of a hole here, but well, no, it still kind of could look like that there could be one, right there. Not 100% sure if it's on the ground, but it does kind of look like it's possibly still there.
And I just put the tracker on the rotation here, and it'll be in the Gillen area in about a minute, and the Barnesdale area in about 3 to 4 minutes. So if you're in Barnesdale right now, you don't have much time left. You need to be taking shelter immediately. A confirmed tornado on the ground, a large damaging tornado on the ground, and as you're seeing there, Josh, that doesn't look good on the radar here.
No.
So we still have a tornado on the ground.
No, yeah, if it's still on the ground, absolutely. And again, that the velocity shows that with that wrapped around there, absolutely, that's where we still see that. So Barnesdale, again, you're right on the gun within the next couple minutes. Gillen, please take shelter immediately. It's about ready to be over you right now, so to speak, because of course radar's a little bit delayed. So I would imagine it's right over you. So please take shelter. Barnsdale area, please take shelter immediately. If you are in, trying to think of the Talent area, make sure that you're also getting ready just in case if that would kind of come into your area here. And again, if you're in that vicinity, the warning box, please take shelter immediately. As this storm has a confirmed tornado with it, it looks like it's still has some pretty good progress with it. And again, it definitely looks like there's still something well defined in that area that we need to make sure that we are taking shelter immediately, because things are about ready to get a little crazy in Barnsdale and Gilliland. So please make sure you take shelter immediately.
Yeah, and then a little farther to the north and east there, the Bartlesville area, you want to be on the lookout for this. However, Josh, as we're taking a look at your radar there, that line of storms is getting closer to the supercell out front here. Suck up into it, merge together there. So it might help out the Bartlesville area, that this tornado won't be as a long track tornado heading that way.
Yeah, that's kind of always the best part is in this situation is the fact that these lines are these storms are gonna combine, most likely just congeal, as the wording says, into each other, and that's kind of where it'll probably weaken this storm. But I'm telling you, this is, I mean, you can't get much more textbook than this when it comes. I mean, obviously there's some other storms that have looked like this, but this is like I said, full on textbook supercell thunderstorm right here. I know I've said this a couple times tonight, but it's well defined, absolutely well defined when it comes to supercell thunderstorms here, folks.
It's about as perfect as you get there, and then don't want to cut you off there because you have an important storm there. This line to the west here has been going through here. The county, so like in Winfield, Arkansas City, Ponca City, Enid, and so forth. Counties are reporting quite a bit of power outages along with this storm here. So some gusty winds heading into the area. So if this line of storms is heading your way, expect gusty winds and the potential for power outages as we're seeing in the counties that's just going through.
Absolutely, and then it does show that on the velocities, that it does show that there's actually some very strong winds, most likely straight line winds, that are knocking out the power in these areas. And so, even though you're not in the tornado area, you're still having the capabilities and chances for some straight line winds coming from this. And it does look like the National Weather Service has extended that tornado warning into Bartlesville area. So we were just talking about you guys. Again, the storms are supposed to join together here shortly, so we'll see if that weakens anything. But at the same point, the National Weather Service is being on guard for this in case if this storm does continue to push through and stay strong for a little bit longer. I mean, this is just really well defined rotation here, folks. I mean, it's probably right, like I said, right now the most powerful storm that we probably have on radar as we speak right now. Just the most well-defined rotation. Trying to see again correlation coefficient to see that. Again, you kind of see a little bit of a circular area, not as well defined as it once was, but it's still there. I mean, again, the textbook. Well, again, this structure. I mean, it's blowing my mind right now.
It's perfect.
This is
get on top of Barnsdale right now. So if you're in Barnsdale, time is up. The tornado is there.
Yep, and the Birch Reservoir there, right in that area, Gilliland, Barnsdale. You need to make sure you take shelter immediately because this is right on you, folks. This is again a well-defined rotating storm with a confirmed tornado that has been observed. Not sure it's on the ground now, but I mean, if anything, it just based on the rotation, it definitely looks like there's something on the ground here, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah, this could be a violent, large tornado that's on the ground right now. The way the radar's looking, and then the velocity, and even the radar itself. There's a little bit of a time delay to that. So it's definitely over the Barnsdale area right now. A scary situation that's ongoing here in Oklahoma.
And you can kind of tell with this is a different view. It's called the hydrometer classification, and it's showing us different readings here, usually indicating different types of what's falling. And obviously right around the Barnesdale area, the colors are different from all the rest, and so that's showing us that there is a possibility that that there's some stuff flying around there that it's registering on the radar as such for that. Something that we're
Yep. And the National Weather
concerned about
Service
for sure.
still a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in the Barnesdale area. So that tornado is still there. We've got confirmation. Tornado still on the ground. A very large, dangerous tornado on the ground in the Barnesdale area.
Yeah, this thing completely just regenerated in the past, I'd say 20, 30 minutes, and have just completely exploded. And the interesting thing enough is that it's exploded right before it hits this line. So I don't know if it's been feeding off that energy or what, but it's definitely, again, well-defined supercell thunderstorm right here, definitely having that tornado, and it confirmed tornado right at Barnesdale. And again, it's heading into the vicinity of Bargersville within the next 20 minutes or so, maybe even 15 minutes, just because of how fast this is moving. And again, looking at the velocities, I mean, there's definitely a tornado on the ground for sure, right on Barnesdale, just based upon what we see here, which is definitely not what we want to hear. Especially going into residential areas and things. Whether or not, I don't know exactly what the population is, but it really doesn't matter. It's always something that we don't want to see at all. Folks, a lot of us meteorologists love watching tornadoes, and wow, I don't think I've seen this at all. This is a tornado emergency, folks. This has just been issued by the National Weather Service, expiring in about around. Honestly, it doesn't really matter when it's expiring. Tornado emergency immediately in the Barnesdale area, basically in the towns for Barnesdale. It's in effect. Confirmed large tornado, destructive tornado was located over Barnesdale, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. You need to take shelter immediately. This is absolutely a huge emergency, deadly tornado, life-threatening situation. If you're in a mobile home, get out immediately and find safe shelter. If you have a basement, please go into that basement, because this is a dangerous situation. I personally, in my time that I've looked at warnings, and I know they've issued tornado emergencies before, but I've never, when I've been monitoring radar and in my time of being a meteorologist, I've never seen this pop up ever in my time. So this is a very dangerous situation, folks. You have to make sure that you're taking this completely seriously, because tornado is on the ground. It is causing major damage. It is a very large tornado, and again, it's clear right on the radar. It's just absolutely clear of where this is at, and it looks like it's tossing debris into the air. That's why we're getting these different colors, because it's showing us that there's definitely some debris ball coming through here. So this is a definitely an intense situation. This is a very, very, very you just have to make sure that you take cover immediately, folks.
Yeah, and Josh, not to interrupt you there, but on the big screen here, showing Storm Chaser in the area there on Radar Omega. So he's just to the west of Barnesdale, moving in there. And then just under you on the left side there, Timmy Albertson, our very own Timmy Albertson, who's been chasing the storms in Kansas and Oklahoma today. He joins us. He's from I believe, Timmy, if you can hear us, you're in the Perry, Oklahoma area.
Yeah, I can hear you. I am actually heading back north on I-35. I just left Perry, so heading towards Kansas now. Drove through quite a nice thunderstorm. A little bit of hail, but nothing big. But yeah, it looks like you guys got yourselves quite the tornado there over in the northeastern part of the state.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is kind of sickening here to see what we're seeing on the radar. with this storm here, and it just it's gone through the Barnesdale area. And I'll continue to monitor the stream here with this. And you do see on the road, though, some leaves and some debris, probably not from a tornado, but from the straight line winds that you were discussing there, Josh, that have moved through the area. And so I'll continue to monitor this, and I'll jump back in with the feed if something comes up. But I'm going to go back to your screen here, Josh, because that storm is it still doesn't look good. And it's gone through Barnesdale here, and it'll be interesting to see here in a few minutes what the correlation coefficient looks like, kind of gone through a more populated area.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like that the storm is finally joining into the other line of storms as well. We're definitely going to have to see what it's going to be doing in the next several minutes or so to see exactly what goes on. From what I can tell, there is definitely still rotation there, because we were just checking that out, trying to see there. It's still, the hook is still there. The rotation and the velocities are still well defined here. I mean, it's clear that there is a tornado on the ground, which is why that tornado emergency has been issued. I really don't want to I can't imagine what has happened, because it's now moved just a little bit north east of Barnesdale. So I'm really it looks like the storm chaser, I'm assuming you're probably following this guy here on through Barnesdale or into Barnesdale. So I'm really not looking forward to seeing exactly what's going on here, just because of how much what it looks like. There's been a lot of debris that has been tossed into the air. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient here and see what that pops up here. So I'm trying to take a look here to see, put it in motion to see what we can kind of find. It's kind of taking its good old while here. So it does kind of look a little bit like there was something, and there still kind of is look like there's still something there too, but it looks like it's broadening just a little bit, but still definitely a particularly dangerous situation going on right now, just basically in the area in Oklahoma here.
Yeah, and you know what? That storm, that environment hadn't been touched all day today, and it formed right ahead of that main line, which was kind of one of the things that was expected. If you could get one of these supercells to form out ahead of the main line, it has a great atmosphere to work with. I mean, if you look at the structure of that supercell, I mean, that's a really good structured supercell there. I mean, it I don't want to say it looks textbook, but it's a pretty good looking storm there. But you're right, though, it's now running into that line, so that may be the end of it here pretty shortly.
Yeah, what I'm taking a look at is
you need to be taking shelter right now. You got a tornado on the ground, a large destructive tornado on the ground that's caused quite a bit of damage, moving to the north and east there. So Bartlettsville, if you're there, if you're in the area, you need to be taking shelter right now. You've got a massive tornado possibly heading your way.
Yeah, the rotation is still there. It's not as well defined as it once was, which is what probably we're seeing here with the line kind of crashing into the storm itself. So let's kind of put this back into motion. And again, I do apologize. It looks like it's taking its good while to load up here, but clearly it looks like it is starting to. Yeah, it's starting to be not as defined as it once was. It might be starting to be overtaken by these storms that are heading into here.
On the screen now, Josh. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. Oh wow. So yeah, we definitely do see some damage here. Time taking a look at and seeing what that looks like there.
Just getting in the Barnesdale area.
So we'll have to see what this guy entails. It does look like there's. We'll have to see here. But yeah, it does look like, according to what I see.
If you look at the correlation coefficients, if you go up the higher levels, you're still picking up that debris ball, and that's typically a really good indication that you got yourself a very, very strong tornado when you got debris being lofted that high up.
Yeah, I do see that, Timmy. You're absolutely right. Looking at that correlation coefficient, even the tilt 2, yeah, we're still seeing that evidence on the radar currently right now, and yeah, absolutely, that just is indication absolutely that there's a tornado on the ground, and definitely a very large tornado. I mean, absolutely large tornado. I'm really curious to know. Oh wow, so there's some damage on the screen currently from this storm chaser here. Looks like from some flattened structures. I can't tell, but I would assume these are residential structures, but I'm not 100% sure. But it looks like definitely some definitely damage caused by this tornado already. And that hook is still there. I mean, that's the insane part. It's still there. It does look like the rotation is still kind of there, but it's kind of combining with this line, and I'm curious to know what else it's going to be doing here. It doesn't look like it's showing any signs of giving up quite yet here.
So let's head into the Bartlesville area right now. So tornado emergency here. So the rotation should be there in around 7 minutes, and then Dewey in about 11 minutes. So we're looking at a population here of about 42,000 people in this area here. So we do have a very serious situation ongoing here in Oklahoma. And as you can see, live video here from Radar Omega of damage that has just taken place here in the path of the storm. So our thoughts and prayers are with everybody involved here. At nighttime, tornadoes never get like this, period, let alone at night. And again, we can't stress enough for those listening, if you're in the area or know anybody in the area, make sure that you've got a way to receive weather warnings, especially at night. Make sure it wakes you up so you can take action and implement your emergency plan that you've been preparing for. So just a devastating scene here. We're looking at live pictures again on Radar Omega here, and meteorologist Josh Kimball and meteorologist Timmy Person joining us here live with what's going on, and just a horrific scene, horrific storm here in Oklahoma. Unfortunately, it's what's been expected, and it's probably what we're going to see over the next several hours here during the nighttime. So if you're in the Bartlesville area, you need to be taking shelter right now. You've got a tornado emergency. Get into your safest location you can possibly get in.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that thing looks. I mean, that tornado's not done yet. I mean, the latest radar scans just still showing it. I mean, it's putting up a fight here with that line, and that thing is looking like it's fixing to go to. On the screen here. Let me double check here. What that town is? Bartlesville, I believe. That thing looks like it's kind of fixing to go right up there into it.
That's what we're seeing, Timmy, is the fact that looks like it's going to head directly into Bartlesville here very shortly. I'd say within the next 5 minutes or so. I mean, you're right. This thing isn't done. I mean, this trying to get the reflectivity up for me here. I mean, it is absolutely incredible that it's run into this line and still keeping that structure of that supercell thunderstorm here is still somewhat intact.
I'm wondering if maybe some of the outflow from that line is maybe helping to enhance, at least a little bit of that tornado there.
That's a good point there, Timmy. Yeah.
Just briefly.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. because I mean, if you think about it, because a lot of people don't realize that when outflow, it's winds coming off of storms. Sometimes it's associated with weakening of storms, but sometimes it's just associated with winds out front. And what can happen is that can actually help produce more storms out in front of it, or it helps give energy to other storms. And for this situation, you're right, Timmy. This is this is probably what's happened, is that the tornadoes still got a little bit of energy because of that. And again, it's kept its structure. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Like, obviously dangerous situation, but it's insane that it's still keeping this rotation.
Well, that just shows you the environment that it has to work with. I mean, not only that though, but we've seen quite a few storms today fire up that unfortunately ultimately ended up kind of forming into that line. But makes you wonder too if any other storm's going to fire up ahead of that line, if it too could have the same type of thing going on with it there. Because this is a relatively young storm. This really wasn't a thing an hour ago, was it?
No, not at all. No, I think we were mentioning as meteorologists before, both Nick and Chris had to leave, is that we were mentioning that these storms ahead of these other storms were kind of starting slowly but surely producing. And yeah, the environment's very primed for it. I mean, I'm just taking a look. I know that we still need to focus on this up here, but down here, if you look, there's several different storms that are in this area and out ahead of this line, and it looks like they're starting to form just a little bit basically east of Tulsa, and moving basically north. And so it's pretty much almost the same trajectory as what this storm was doing. So I have an interesting feeling that just because this hasn't really been haven't been touched all day, I feel like these areas here are something we're going to have to watch out, because they're going to be going into the direction of that vicinity. And so I think we're going to see probably some more tornado warnings coming up for areas east of Tulsa tonight. But that Bartlesville area about ready to get hit with a tornado. It looks like though that velocity is starting to, at least the inflow now, is starting to slowly close up, which is good news, because I mean the rotation is still there, but at least it looks like it is definitely weakening. For us. So that's definitely good news for Bartlesville, for sure, because we don't want anything to happen there. So, but
I tell you, some reports here out of Barnesdale, and you can see the live pictures here of the report here. There are several homes that are completely gone in Barnesdale. Emergency management says this is a very serious situation, and with a lot of the homes leveled, there are a lot of people who need assistance at this time. So rescue workers are en route, first responders are en route from neighboring communities to give the assistance there in Barnesdale. So very serious situation there. And what's making this worse right now is the line of severe thunderstorms is now over the top of Barnesdale as well. And you can see it in the live pictures here of, I don't know if that was a storm chaser or a first responder running into the house to assist with that. But yeah, definitely a 1-2 punch here for the community there in Barnesdale. Very serious situation, very scary situation, and awesome prayer that everybody's okay.
And I have to commend the storm chaser here for going basically looks like house to house and trying to help out things. Folks, if you didn't know this, a lot of storm chasers will do this right after the storms if they capture any tornadoes or if they chase anything, if there's any damage. We go and try to help out as much as we can. Stay out of emergency crews, but we try to help out as best we can. And in this situation, I commend this storm chaser for doing this, because this is something that is really needed all the time. A lot of storm chasers seem to forget that not only it is our job to look at the storms and relay information to the National Weather Service and others, but also to give help to those who are in need, especially if their homes are damaged or destroyed, or if they're injured. It is something imperative that we do that. So I really commend this this storm chaser for doing this. This is something I obviously don't want to see at all when it comes to storm damage, but it's great to see that people are helping each other. That's always a great thing to see.
Yeah, and I'm still getting reports here. So part of right now, you need to be taking shelter right now. Reports from storm chasers in the area that a tornado is on the ground. Tornado is still very much on the ground, almost in the Bartlesville area right now. And so again, a very scary situation. So if you're in Bartlesville, make sure you take cover now. The velocity, I'm going to switch over to your radar here, Josh, so we can see it and I'll monitor this, but velocity still doesn't look good for those in Bartlesville.
No, not velocity is kind of right in there. Well, the basically rotations right in this vicinity area here. Maybe just slim it down just a little bit with that, but our focus is mainly just in this area here on where that's at. And so clearly still some velocity or some rotation still with this storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm seeing some pictures here. We don't have to show them right this second, but this is a very large tornado. This is no joke here with this. So it's, I don't want to guesstimate how wide it is, but it's a very wide tornado. We're getting some cool pictures coming in on Twitter. I'm sharing it on our Twitter page. We posted it, I guess it's called now. And with that, so once you can see a few pictures with the light and lightning, large tornado is on the ground headed to the Bartlesville.
Yeah, and it obviously still look at more of what it looks like structure-wise. It does. Man, this is just so interesting. That like I said, the storm joined in with this line, and now it looks like this notch is still there. I mean, it's still that the storm was well defined, but it joined in so that it's still there. I mean, this storm is blowing my mind right now. It's incredible to see. And again, as Timmy said, this environment is just so prime for this, and it goes to show you just atmosphere is really playing in all this.
Absolutely, and so the National Weather Service continues the tornado warning for Bartlesville and Dewey, Oklahoma, until 10:15 local time. So life-threatening situation here. Damaging tornado on the ground, golf ball size hail possible. This is a population of just under 50,000 people, includes 16 schools, 2 hospitals. So it's going through a larger or more populated area here. And so a large life-threatening tornado moving through Bartlesville right now. So if you're located in or near Bartlesville, you need to make sure that you're taking shelter immediately. Again, life-threatening situation. Make sure that we're taking shelter.
Looks like a new area of rotation starting to develop just northwest of Bartlesville.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly where that's at right now, and you can clearly see it defined on the velocity scans. I mean, it's right here, just a little bit, I'd say west northwest of, or actually entering into Bartlesville as we speak right now. And you're right, also over here too. Yeah, right here. Let me go ahead and put that in kind of on the screen here. Is that right there? Yeah, I can see that. Man. Tell you what,
one heck of a storm.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. No, absolutely.
That's all I was gonna say.
No, I agree with you 100%, Timmy. This is definitely one of the ones that are definitely surprising me the most. I have to say, it's
It kind of has roll a little bit.
What'd you say, Timmy? Sorry, I think you kind of went out a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere. It just kind of reminds me a little bit like the Rolling Fork tornado. You remember that thing from last March? It's just one of those nighttime, late evening ones, very defined, and it just kept going.
Yeah, and just keeps on going and going. I mean, it's yeah. Yeah, it does look like well,
My
it's
guess
starting to.
is we've already seen the peak of it. I mean, it's just a
Yeah,
question of how long it's going to drag on. I mean, it still has some of its structure pretty well defined there, but I'm imagining though it probably doesn't have much more time before eventually that whole line really is going to overtake it.
yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Is it does look like that the velocities are slowly but surely kind of deteriorating a little bit here, with the rotation kind of slowly but surely kind of pushing out. I mean, still kind of there, but it's not as well defined as it once was. It seems to be kind of sort of slowly but surely dissipating here, which is obviously a good thing and a benefit. But it's still with the correlation coefficient, it's still kind of showing up a little bit, but again, this is a little bit delayed than where it would be.
I just measured that, and I just measured that about being about 2 miles wide. So again, this is a massive storm, a lot of debris there. So about a 2 mile wide correlation coefficient.
Wow. Yeah, that's yeah, that's simply put there. I mean, that definitely is a big tornado. If that would be true, the measurements, that's a pretty big one. I have to say, this area has been hit quite a lot lately. In the last week or two, we've been just
It's
seeing
springtime
just.
in the plains.
Oh yeah. Well, we haven't really seen much of this in quite a long time, honestly. At least in my recollection.
It's been a while. I mean, tornadoes in the spring, but yeah, it's really been kind of quiet down there the past couple of years. I'm trying to remember, like, really when the last high risk tornado day we had down here, and I'm thinking 2017, but I feel like there was one more in between that, but.
Yeah, absolutely. And Josh and Timmy, I want to switch radars here. It's obviously we've been focused a lot for good reason on that particular storm, but storms are popping up to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City in this area right here. So we're going to continue to monitor this. These are, making a direct path here to the Oklahoma City area. And so we need to pay close attention to these storms. So as predicted here over the next 2 to 3 hours, these storms are going to develop. They can become severe very, very quickly and possible tornadic. And so for those people in Oklahoma City in a heavily populated area, these storms are headed right towards them. So something to look at here over the next few hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We definitely have to keep monitor over that. And yeah, that's the models are kind of queuing in here, as you're talking about that you've got those storms starting to fire just a little bit southwest of Oklahoma City. And then as I was talking about earlier, just a little bit west of or a little bit east of Tulsa is that we've started to see a little bit of storms kind of fire up. And it does look like that the Bartersville area, they do have reissued some warnings here for that tornado, and it is tornado warning, not a particular dangerous situation or tornado emergency area, but definitely tornado warnings have been indicated. And again, it's radar indicated right now, but it's for northern Washington counties and northeastern Oklahoma, and also for northern Washington County and northwestern Oklahoma counties. And then central Osage County, east central Osage counties as well, until, from what I can tell, It expired. Well, that expires in 8 minutes. This expires in 38 minutes. This will be until 10:45 p.m. Central Time. So again, that tornado warning is kind of being extended a little bit. But according to velocities, from what I can tell, it looks like it's sort of kind of trying to regroup a little bit. It's not as well defined, but it's trying to regroup still. You still kind of have those colors kind of pushing backwards here. Kind of not backwards, but trying to see the reds and the greens there are still kind of pushing together there. So but it's not as well as defined. So yes, it looks like that line is starting to slowly but surely overtake this. It's just a matter of as Timmy said, it's going to be a matter of time as to when that's going to happen. And so yeah, that's kind of what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I was just trying to check around to see if we got any new information on what's going on with these storms here. So Bartlesville, Oklahoma, has just taken a direct hit there, and trying to see if anything else here. I'm not seeing anything here. Any new information. So we'll continue to watch that storm there. We're going to continue to watch the storms to the north and northwest of Oklahoma City, and then as well as the west and southwest of Oklahoma City with the new supercells that are forming as we speak here. And so what I was just taking a look at the new storm net that was out there, and actually in your radar right there. So straight to the where it says Oklahoma on that line right there, that supercell to the far left there, there that storm net is watching on. So to the north
right here.
Nope, to the north. So at the very end of the line there, that storm net. Nope, the line at the north of Oklahoma City.
Oh, the north of Oklahoma City. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, on the far western part of it.
Sorry, long day.
Right, with that, and so StormNet is watching that far left on the far west side, that very end storm there.
Okay,
it's predicted that's going to go tornadic at some point. But again, that's just one model. It's not saying that that's going to happen. But they say that there, and then again, where those supercells forming to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City, that's very concerning, because that's getting into an atmosphere here that's got all the ingredients for some severe weather.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can kind of take a little bit into that, look into that, we can kind of take a look at some of these storms down here. Definitely looking already that they look like they're trying to start to take shape a little bit down here. So obviously nothing really registering currently, although maybe a little bit up. No, not really. You can't really figure that one out by that. But these are also kind of more on the edge of the radar. But slowly but surely, these are going to be moving off to the northeast, and we will probably see some more development here. So the models, at least in this regard, are indicating really well into that. And then again, kind of observing more of the storms that are out just a little bit east of Tulsa, right over Muskogee. That would be one area that we're kind of looking at as well, because again, just as this storm up here that joined with this line was a supercell, these could easily do the same thing, since they're ahead of this, and there's just so much primed energy here. They could easily pop in and become a supercell thunderstorm here really quickly. So it's something to monitor, kind of both of these areas in Oklahoma, kind of the tail end lines here of this area here, and then also over here, just a little bit east of the storm. So it's really kind of a balancing act. You've got some storms that are ahead of this line, and then there's storms that are forming within the line to more the southern part of the line, where you could easily see some tornadoes and supercell thunderstorm formation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was heading back to the Bartlesville area on my radar there, and there's still some rotation that is showing up, and the velocity there, nothing like it was a little bit earlier. But there's still some rotation there. So hopefully that kind of dies out here, and it just comes part of that more or less squall line that's moving its way from west to east there. And then, like you said, our attention then turns to the Oklahoma City area with those supercells that are developing with that. And I continue to follow the storm chaser Brandon Kopik on Radar Mega here. He's still at the same, I'll flip it on here just so you can see, but he's still at the same location he was. He and another gentleman just went running into that building. They haven't come back out yet. So they're inside there. So a lot of damage there in the Barnesdale area, and we're getting reports of damage in the Bartlesville area. And then the rotation is just going through the Dewey area. And again, hopefully it's dissipating a little bit, but yeah, just a crazy storm, a huge storm, a devastating storm that went through that area there. So thoughts and prayers to everybody in that area. They took a direct hit from a massive tornado there with that. And then Timmy Albertson, he's in Oklahoma right now, moving around, and he's in a spot right now where he doesn't have a very good cell reception. And so he's not able to join us at this particular moment here. But I'd like to thank him. He's done an awesome job today, and a lot of time traveling from northern Minnesota down to Oklahoma, and I spent the last 5.5 hours with us here live on our live stream. Driving and following these storms, and giving us some much needed information to pass along to the viewers, and then they can pass along to the people who are in Oklahoma and Kansas, and hopefully to keep everybody safe in this regard here. So with that, and in our time, Josh is kind of winding down here together with this, and but this, like you mentioned here a little bit earlier, this is just day one of a possible 3-day severe weather outbreak. So what are we looking at for those who just kind of tuned in here? What are we looking at for tomorrow and possibly Wednesday?
So let me real quick, because I know obviously I can always, let me go ahead and stop sharing my screen here for a second, and I'll kind of pop back up with kind of what we're expecting here next several days, particularly here. So let me go ahead and pull up the outlooks, just kind of show people what we're expecting here coming up. Really what we're looking into. We're now seeing what's been going on the last several hours. Let me go ahead and let's share that screen. I'll go ahead and do another window here. There we go. And let me do that. And there we go. Still trying to get used to this whole system here. It's really cool stuff, though. I love it. So let's take a look at this first and foremost. So this is tomorrow's. Basically, the National Storm Prediction Center has the convective outlook for day 2. Right now, as we speak. Now, again, this is going to be changing within the next couple of hours. We're going to make sure we stay tuned here. Pretty much all this system that we're experiencing right now, that we've been monitoring in Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and North and South Dakotas, are all going to be pushing to the east tomorrow. And pretty much the Ohio Valley area is going to be experiencing kind of some severe weather. Slight risk for the majority of the state of, actually all the state of Indiana, parts of actually the whole state of Kentucky as well, parts of Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and then parts of Ohio as well are experiencing slight risk for severe weather. But we've got enhanced risk for severe weather northeastern Indiana as well as in Ohio, and that's the area we're kind of concerned about the most for tomorrow. Pretty much tornado possibilities. We do have some possibility with a 5% chance covering pretty much most of Indiana as well as Ohio, and then you've got a 10% chance in the hashed area where they're focused on in northwestern and parts of Ohio, northwestern Indiana, and northeastern Indiana and parts of Ohio as well. And these are the areas that actually got hit a couple of months ago with tornadoes. Like in Winchester, Indiana, is one of those areas that got hit. And so they're going to be under the gun again. And so it's kind of very similar to what's been going on out west, is that they've been under the gun. Well, same thing here. It's the same areas, and so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. We do have some wind percentages, and hail especially is going to be kind of a big one tomorrow. And so that's going to be something we're going to be looking at. So if you have any vehicles that are outside, I would suggest pulling them in, making sure that they are covered and ready to go, and being safe. And if you can't do that, at least try your best to cover them up at the best you can with what you got. But it's day 3 really that we're concerned about probably the most out of everything, because again, this is 2 days out and we're already placed in and under and that's and there's a big chunk of some of the southern states, as well as the Ohio Valley, with Illinois and Indiana and parts of Kentucky kind of enveloped in here. So the probabilistic, again, it's very broad. We'll see probably a lot more specific categorical details tomorrow. Well, actually, in just a couple of hours, really. So, I remember when I was in college, I would stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning just to see the latest updates of what the National Weather Service is predicting, which was always fun. It's, I don't know, for meteorologists, it's like kind of like waiting for Christmas presents, which is really interesting to say the least. But no, it's according to like what's been going on tonight. This is something we're definitely have to take absolutely seriously, and and no matter what, all of us here at America's Weather Streaming Channel, whatever's happened tonight, our thoughts and prayers are with all of those folks affected, especially in those areas of Barsdale and just there, because it definitely, just even being live here, we saw that form develop, and we saw that structure, and we saw that areas. And so again, live from that Brandon Kopic from the chasersweather.net, hoping that no lives have been lost. Hopefully, obviously there's damage, but I'm hoping that no lives are lost in that situation. And we all here at America's Weather Streaming Channel, again, our thoughts and prayers are with those that have been affected tonight. And again, we'll continue monitoring everything throughout the next couple of days as the system slowly but surely progresses eastward into kind of the Indiana, the Midwest area, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that, and that's a good look at what's going to happen the next couple of days. So, no rest for the weary in the weather department there. But I do want to know, as we kind of wind things down here on this particular live stream here, that we just have an insane atmosphere now in central Oklahoma, including Oklahoma City and the entire metro area. So some of these storms that are developing to your west and southwest can go severe very quickly, and the chance for strong, violent, long track tornadoes are possible during the overnight hours here. And so, so a scary situation, and that's why we really want to emphasize, if you know anybody in Oklahoma right now, make sure they've got multiple ways to receive weather warnings, especially to wake them up overnight, because it's a very dangerous situation with these storms starting to develop here to the south and west of the large metro area. So with that there, I appreciate all your help tonight, Josh, and appreciate Nick and Chris and Timmy for storm chasing, and the entire AWSC team. We'll be back at it tomorrow and back at it on Wednesday. But for the meantime, we're going to wrap things up here for this particular live stream, and we'll get ourselves regathered and ready to go again for tomorrow. So make sure that you continue to follow us on Facebook, follow us on X, and subscribe to myweathernow.com, and to make sure you see all of our videos and live streams that are going on there. So for Josh and for the entire team, thanks everybody for joining us tonight, and have a good evening. Stay safe, Oklahoma.